This book is dedicated to every woman who believes she is ordinary. There is power in you. Chapter 1. Awake. When the night was at its apex, the plaster ceiling of the Eldridge's house looked exactly like the smooth gray walls of a tomb. Not just any tomb. Mine. The one I was laying in, drifting in and out of sleep, while I could hear them scratching with their shovels overhead. "Can't sleep?" Elliot asked. I turned over to find Ellie looking at me, her pale skin and mischievous green eyes illuminated with the blue light from her phone. She was the oldest of Dr. Sophia Eldridge's two girls, 24. Dr. Eldridge thought Ellie was close to my age, but I wasn't so sure. Standing side by side, it would appear so. We both had youthful faces and skin without wrinkles or scars, but she had the weightless soul of naivety while I felt weighed down by something I couldn't remember. When Dr. Eldridge and her team found me, I couldn't recall anything more than my name. That was a year ago. "Sorry. Did I wake you?" "No." She pulled an earbud out of her ear and held it up. "I was listening to a book." It was that kind of thing that made me wonder if Dr. Eldridge was wrong. Elliot and all of the 20-somethings I'd seen at Santa Barbara University lived on their phones and loved technology. I just couldn't pick it up. It was Sophia's idea that I come to stay with her and her girls to see if living a normal life would trigger any of my memories, but so far, I was a mystery. "Studying?" I asked. Ellie huffed out a laugh. "You could call it that." She turned the phone so I could see the digital book cover of a half-naked man covered in tattoos, with his hand gripped suggestively near his belt buckle. I chuckled. "Another one? How many of those things are there?" "Tons." She reached over to the stack of books on the table between our beds and tossed me a worn paperback. "You should read that one. Maybe it'll help you dream about something else other than that grave." The cover featured a vampire man standing behind a scantily dressed woman, his fangs bared and blood pouring over her chest. I ran my finger over the embossed title "Blood Bonds," and my heart thumped hard against my ribs. I don't know if this is really my taste. I could dig out Allie's old nightlight. Ellie's phone screen went off and the darkness closed in again. "I don't need a nightlight. I just need some air." I sat up and threw the blanket off my legs. "I'm going out." Elliot's phone came on again. "Are you sure? There's been a ton of posts online about people disappearing." Switching out of my pajamas for a pair of Elliot's running shorts and a t-shirt, I inched open the bedroom window. "Come on, I thought you were the rebellious one." "Sure, when you're talking parties and drinking. I draw the line at running through the city in the middle of the night when people are going missing." "I'll be fine." "Mom will kill you if she finds out," she warned. "Then don't tell her. I'll be back by morning." Elliot tossed me her watch. "She wakes up at 6 a.m. Better be back by then, or it'll be a lecture for both of us. Oh, and don't get murdered or anything." The house was just outside the city, about 10 miles south of the military hospital they took me to after rescuing me from the forgotten mausoleum. As it turned out, the hospital was just a different form of confinement. Test after test. They took so many vials of my blood I thought for sure they must have found something odd about it. They didn't let me take walks when I was there, so I studied the map on the wall until I had it memorized. Sophia must have sensed that I had started to plan my escape, which was why she suggested I come to live with her. I still was required to go with her once a month for tests and blood, but at least living with them made me feel less like a lab rat. Except on nights like tonight when the cool dark of midnight called to me like a lover, the silence a familiar song I'd long forgotten. The city was a bright place despite the late hour, street lights and shop windows illuminating the streets. A billboard featuring smiling faces advertised a company called V, which seemed to be on every corner. I'd read about them in one of the modern history textbooks Sophia was making me study. They sold just about everything: life insurance, real estate, consumables, but they were known for their philanthropy. They were well-loved and highly profitable. The bus line stopped 2 blocks up on La Cumbre Road, across from the cemetery. I liked the cemetery despite my history. I liked it at night even better. The hill of stones and winding trails was one of the few places where it was truly quiet. Everything was so loud in the daytime. There was always a television on or an air conditioner humming. No one was comfortable with silence. No one but the dead. The entrance gate was locked after sunset, but the hedge fence surrounding the cemetery wasn't very high. I found a brick pillar and hopped over with ease. Ellie's watch said 3 a.m., and I ran for an hour in silence, nothing but the sound of my borrowed tennis shoes and the beating of my heart as I made my way around the paved circle lined by stones. No one would mistake me and the Eldridge girls for actual sisters. Elliot and Allison strongly favored their mother's pale skin, blonde hair, and green eyes. I was pretty much the exact opposite: tan skin and dark hair with brown eyes. Sophia thought my features hedged South American, but some of the doctors at the hospital were sure I came from the Middle East. Interesting, since I was found in an 18th century cemetery in Europe. I rounded the furthest circle and swore I saw the silhouette of a man in the moonlight standing between the headstones, but when I blinked to focus more closely, he was gone. Weird. I remembered Ellie's warning. I needed to be more cautious. If the military people at the base thought Sophia wasn't keeping an eye on me, they would send a squad to bring me back for sure. Maybe being alone in a secluded place at night wasn't a good idea anyway. A city bus was coming down the road, so I hopped the hedge fence again and went to the stop. There was another ad for V on the side, this one featuring a worker washing oil off of an adorable duckling. I shook my head and stepped through the doors, making my way up the metal stairs to find a seat. "Sorry, miss." The driver put his hand out to stop me. "You need a fare. It's $1.75. I patted my shorts. No pockets, and I hadn't thought of bringing any money with me. "I'll pay." I turned to see a man holding a plastic bus pass. He looked about my age, maybe a touch older, but his eyes were ancient, so brown and vibrant they almost seemed gold. He had long black hair tied in a messy topknot, and a guitar case covered in travel stickers slung over his shoulder. I didn't realize I was staring until he cleared his throat and reached past to touch the card to the terminal next to the driver. Sorry," I stammered, backing up out of his way. "No trouble, it's early, you're still asleep." I chuckled. "Yeah, I must be." I went to the back of the bus so he wouldn't be able to see my flushed cheeks. Then I watched him take a seat, rest his case between his legs, and drum his fingers against the worn stitched edges out of my peripheral vision. Elliot would call it creeping. But something seemed important about him, and it wasn't just his stunning eyes or perfect hair, or his ease and confidence, or his tall, lean body. Warmth and strength. Delicious. I swallowed. Yikes. Get it together. I needed to start heading home before I did something to embarrass myself. Elliot and her romance novels were clearly messing with my mind, and without fare of my own, every mile we traveled meant further I'd need to run to get back to the house, so I waited for 2 more blocks before pulling the mechanism to request a stop. "Thanks again," I said as I approached the man in the aisle. He smiled. "Anytime." I momentarily thought about risking Sophia's wrath and staying. I wanted to sit down and ask him where all he'd been. I wanted to touch his skin and feel his lips on mine. "Okay, let's not be weird." He cleared his throat, and I realized I was still standing over him on the bus. He raised an amused eyebrow. "Need help finding your way home?" No," I stammered. God, why did I suddenly want to bite him? "I'm fine. Thanks again. For the fare." Before I could do something really stupid, I hightailed it off the bus and hit the pavement at a sprint. Running always helped clear my head. It was like electricity in my blood that needed to be run out in order to think clearly. When I finally gathered my senses, Ellie's watch said 5:30 a.m. I'd be cutting it close if I was going to make it back to the house before 6. Luckily, I still had quite a bit of pent-up energy and 100 thoughts still bouncing around my head, so I buckled down and fell into a faster pace. Half a block away from the Eldridge house, I saw a person ahead wearing a dark sweatshirt with the hood drawn. Their hands were shoved deep into their pockets. It was a common fashion, but the blood in my ears got louder, and something didn't smell right. I slowed. That wrongness grew. I stopped. They stopped. It seemed whoever was up ahead had come to the same conclusion about me. The man took down his hood and bared his teeth. At first, I thought he was smiling, but then I heard the hissing. He was hissing at me, like a cat. What the f— I stepped backward, straight into a solid wall of a body. Strong hands clamped down on my shoulders. Are you awake now? I had to crane my neck around to see his face, but I knew the voice right away. It was the man from the bus. He looked a lot taller now that we were on even ground. What? Are you awake now? He reached into his coat and pulled out a terrifying-looking knife with hundreds of thin channels cut into a double-sided blade. What? I ripped out of his grip and backed away from him. The look on his face was unreadable. Then the hissing came again, much closer. I put my hands over my ears to stop it. The man threw the knife. It cut through the air like a rocket past my face and lodged in the eye of the hooded man behind me. Without thought or care, the man pulled the knife out, and I watched, in shock and horror, as the eye came with it. Then I screamed. The now one-eyed, hissing man's legs and arms elongated, claws pushed out of where his fingers had been. All I could do was watch, as he turned into a monster and slashed through the thin fabric of Elliot's old high school t-shirt before being tackled to the ground by the mystery musician. Some unknown part of me wanted to help, but I just stood there watching them fight, stabbing and jabbing, slashing each other with blade and claw. Suddenly, the hissing man stopped and smelled the air, looking back at me one last time before running off into the night. The musician looked back too. His face was no longer unreadable. His golden eyes were wide with worry, and my pants were wet. For a horrifying moment, I thought I'd wet myself, or started my period. As it was, the man's claws hadn't only slashed my shirt. Blood was pouring down my stomach and over my legs. Yvette! The world tipped, and the musician busman helped me lie down. How do you know my name? His face swam in the gray dawn light as he took the knife and cut it into his wrist. Because you made me, he said, offering his hand. I'm yours. Deep red blood trailed down his arm. I knew what he wanted me to do, but I couldn't. Even as my blood called to him, I weakly pushed his hand away. No. You're injured, Yvette. Bad things will happen if you don't feed. I turned away, but the scent of his blood caught my attention. It was familiar, like warm soup on a chilly day or a towel fresh out of the dryer. It didn't smell like iron and fear. Instead, it reminded me of lush forests and water, like tropical citrus. How could blood smell like that? Why did my mouth water at the thought of tasting it? Still, I couldn't. No. Even though, somehow, I knew he was right, I could feel something pressing inside, wanting to come out. Something bad. No. I'm sorry, Yvette, but believe me, you want me to do this. In my fading vision, I watched him bite into the cut on his wrist, and then he leaned down and kissed me. The whole situation was insane, but I lay there with the warmth of his lips on mine, experiencing the first flash of normalcy since waking up in the tomb. There was absolutely going to be a lecture when I got home, but I didn't mind. This was right. This was true. Accepting that, when he offered his wrist again, I took it. And drank. The taste of him was safety and comfort. It bid whatever was inside of me to go back to sleep. And little by little my wounds began to stitch back together, and the pounding in my ears began to fade. Yvette! Yvette! Elliot's voice came from down the sidewalk. The musician sat up, removing his wrist and passing a thumb over my lips, his ancient eyes bright with life before he was unceremoniously shoved away by Elliot. "Stay away from her, you creep!" She looked down and saw the blood all over my legs and looked as if she was about to murder the man who had just saved my life. I went to reach out to him to explain that he hadn't been the one to hurt me, but he was gone, and Elliot was already on her phone to call for help. Chapter 2. Jailbreak. You said that you could keep her under control, Sophia. I was. I can. She's still young. All young people sneak out of the house. She is not a normal young woman. I know you have your own girls, but she is not like them. You know that. We could have lost her. Then where would we be? She's fine. Elliot said a man was with her. The guardian? He's here? Perhaps. I don't know. No one knows exactly what he looks like. I imagine he's gotten quite good at covering their tracks over the years. Maybe that means she'll remember. Maybe he could stay away from her, and she could live a normal life. That's not what she was born for, Doctor. Don't let your humanity get in the way of what's needed. Hundreds, no, thousands of people will die if she doesn't fight. We can't trade their lives for a few college parties. I opened my eyes against the bright, sterile room. Sophia? Yes, Yvette, I'm here. She sat on the edge of my bed and rested a hand on my leg as Major Lewis stood by the door looking sour. What happened? I asked. You don't remember? Lewis asked sarcastically, always seeming skeptical of my lack of memory. I remember dreaming about waking up in the tomb and wanting to get some fresh air. Then I remembered Elliot calling my name. Please don't scold Ellie. She was only there because she thought I might get kidnapped. Lewis laughed at that, a sharp, short laugh that made me think he didn't really think it was funny. We're lucky Elliot went after you. She said you were attacked. That there was a man. Do you remember that? Unbidden, I saw the hooded man and heard him hiss as his fingers grew into claws. I shivered. They hiss like cats. Sophia and Lewis shared a look. Did you kill it? Lewis! We need to know. No. I sat up slowly. Other than being tired, nothing hurt. The wound was gone. I didn't kill it. I don't even know what it was. What about the other man? The man with the guitar? My cheeks flushed. What other man? Sophia's voice was gentle and motherly. Yvette, when you blush like that, it makes it obvious that you know. I shrugged. He paid my bus fare. Lewis sighed. I was saved from further questioning by Elliot and Allison, who came bursting through the door like twin hurricanes, talking simultaneously in high-pitched, excited voices. You're awake. Oh my God, are you okay? Yvette, I was so worried. Ellie said there was so much blood. I brought you some clothes. I would have brought you mine, but they wouldn't fit. Yeah, so you better not mess these up because I only have so many good pairs of pants. Sophia stood up and relinquished my bed to the girls. Lewis and I are going to go downstairs. Don't let these two wear you out. As soon as they left the room, Elliot turned grim. You have to get out of here. What? Allie leaned forward, whispering furiously. There are military people downstairs, scarier than Lewis. We overheard them saying that they wanted to take you to a different base. If they take you away, who knows when we will see you again, Allie was saying. It's gotta be now. But where will I go? Ellie was already pulling me to my feet, helping me undress. I don't know, but they'll watch the house for sure. We'll find a way to signal you when it's safe. The pants were too small, and the shirt was too big, but there wasn't any time to complain. Elliot slid the window open and pulled me in for a fierce hug. Allie latched on as well. Don't get kidnapped. I smiled at her parting advice and swung my legs out of the windowsill, trying to focus. We were on the second floor, and the ground seemed like a long way down. Use the tree, Allie suggested, pointing to a tree that seemed even further away. I don't know. Haven't you ever climbed a tree before? Maybe. I don't remember. Humans are descended from monkeys. You'll be fine, Allie encouraged. Yeah, where's your sense of adventure? Ellie echoed. Okay, I can do this. I wasn't sure if saying it out loud actually helped or not. I scooted as far to the edge as possible and reached out. It wasn't too far. It could work. Breathe. Jump. The branch ended up being further than I thought, but I managed to hook my forearms around the rough bark long enough to slow my crash into the well-manicured shrubbery along the side of the building. It hurt. About 1 billion little sticks stabbed my thighs and backside, and luckily, after a short rest to catch my breath, nothing seemed to be seriously damaged. I remembered what that man had said about bad things happening if I got hurt. I didn't wait around any longer. It might be the last time I see them, but I knew lingering would just put us in more danger of getting caught. Allie and Ellie had already risked a lot to help me. If I stayed too long, all their efforts would be for nothing. So I left, walking slowly to not call too much attention to myself. A military ambulance parked in the side lot with armed soldiers standing nearby looking bored. They were too busy looking for their superiors to return with a girl on a gurney to pay attention to a random woman walking down a sidewalk. Good. That wouldn't last forever, though. As soon as whoever came in that ambulance discovered I was gone, they'd be searching for me, and if I didn't know anything else, I knew that they would not be happy. Chapter 3. Song and Strategy. Of all places, I ended up back at the bus station, sitting on a hot bench, wishing Ellie had thought to pack me a pair of shoes. Still no fare? You! Blocking the sun was the dark-haired musician from the night before. Who are you? He sat down beside me, his guitar case resting against his leg. You call me Vas. Sometimes Tachi if you're feeling nostalgic. Never around other people, though. Tachi is just for us. Tachi. He had the audacity to look down and hide a smile. I've waited a long time to hear you say that name again. What did you do to me last night? Are you a vampire? My voice lowered to a panicked whisper. Did you turn me into a vampire? He smiled again. When you wake up, you're going to think that's really funny. I am awake. No, you're not. Yes, I am. No, you're not. I sighed. Sophia said I was in and out of consciousness for days after finding me in the old graveyard. The old cemetery was in northern Germany, but I didn't speak any of the local languages. Instead, I was incoherently babbling in multiple languages. English, Spanish, and French were the ones Sophia recognized, but others on the team said I also spoke Russian, Japanese, Dutch, Latin, even some First Nation languages and languages that they said hadn't been spoken in centuries, all mixed to make what I was saying impossible to understand. Not knowing what else to do, they brought me to a hospital, and Sophia contacted an old friend in the military for advice. Major Lewis and his superiors arranged transport and medical care back in the United States, where I eventually stayed awake and started speaking only English. A few doctors would switch to other languages mid-conversation to see if I would follow, but I never did. I couldn't remember any of what I was trying to say back then. I closed my eyes and let my nose adjust to the offensive exhaust from the bus line mixed with the familiar and comforting mist coming off the ocean. There was another of those stupid happy advertisements for the company V that I didn't want to look at. The world was different, and I didn't know why. I was different. A soft melody came from beside me, and I opened one eye to see that Voss had taken out his guitar and started picking at the strings. It was a melancholy kind of sound, slow and resonant, eerily familiar. It sounded nothing like what I heard saved on Elliot's phone. People passing by began dropping coins into the case, and after a moment, a small crowd surrounded us. They packed in, swaying back and forth to the melody, and I worried about the group for a moment until I saw the tan Humvee speed past down the road. The musician wrapped up the song and smiled at the crowd as they went about their day. Did he hypnotize them somehow? "We should get you some new clothes. You stand out like a sore thumb." "The only thing I want from you is answers." He nodded. "After the clothes." I I don't have any money to pay you back. And don't even think about suggesting something perverse." He laughed at that. "Yvette, it's your money. I'm just its keeper while you sleep." He stood up and slung the guitar case over his shoulder. "Come on." Now I had a choice: stay and probably get picked up by Lewis and his cronies, or trust a handsome musician who would probably try to cast some spell on me and drink my blood. What a time to be alive. Fine, but only because I need shoes. Chapter 4. Answers. I stood in the aisles of the department store, moving hangers from one side of the display to the other, trying to figure out what I should choose. I'd lived in hospital gowns and hand-me-downs for the better part of 2 years, my whole life that I could remember. And now the small decision of what to wear seemed paralyzing. Eventually, I decided on a pair of shorts and a plain black t-shirt. I grabbed a bra and some underwear too, along with socks and tennis shoes. If he was paying, might as well go all out. The dressing room was a small enclosed space that reminded me of the one thing that I wished I could forget, so I didn't linger. When I came out, Voss was waiting. His hair had been cut short, shaved on one side, and he wore a pair of dark sunglasses. "What happened to your hair?" "I only grow it out when you sleep." "I thought you said I hadn't woken up yet." "You haven't, but someone saw me, and that hairstyle is a standout feature, no matter how glorious it might be." He didn't make any sense, but I couldn't help but like him. He wasn't like Lewis or any of the staff at the hospital. He seemed different, yet familiar, like we had once been old friends that had somehow become estranged. "Shame." I shrugged at him. "I kinda liked it." He smiled. "That would be the first time. Got your tags?" I handed them over and we went to pay. The woman behind the counter looked us over as she scanned the tags, trying to piece together our story. "My boyfriend hit me for the last time," I told her. "I didn't have time to grab my stuff. Greg here offered to help me with a change of clothes." "Oh, I'm so sorry. You're doing the right thing, though. I got married and had a kid before I realized my ex was an asshole. You should go down to Midtown. V sponsors a domestic shelter down there. Has helped lots of people get back on their feet." Of course they did. "I'll keep that in mind." She gave me a bag to put my old clothes in, but I dumped it in a trash can once we got out of sight. "Good thinkin' back there." "Thanks. Could have thought of a better name. You don't look anything like a Greg." He chuckled. "Could have been worse. You might have called me Vlad." "That's not funny." He smiled at me then, wide enough to see the edges of his fangs, and laughed again when I looked around to make sure no one else noticed. "So you are a vampire." He shrugged, sliding his hands into his pockets. "Closest thing this world has to one, I suppose." This world? Was there more than one? Before I could ask what he meant, my stomach rumbled loudly, and I instinctively pressed my hand to keep it quiet. "I see some things stay the same." "I haven't eaten yet today." Voss nodded his head toward the squat yellow building across the parking lot. Wanna duck in for some food? Not exactly Parisian crepes, but they have their charms. Will you answer my questions? He shrugged. What I can. I didn't know what Parisian crepes tasted like, but a double stack of buttermilk pancakes and an order of biscuits and gravy hit the spot after 2 days of stress and running. I wolfed them down between 3 cups of coffee while the waitress kept stealing horrified glances from behind the counter. Voss had an omelet, which he ate slowly, while watching me stuff my face, waiting for the inevitable. What are you really, if not a vampire? The better question is, what are you? Okay, fine. What am I? He took a deep breath. I remember the day I first asked what you were. You told me that you were just a woman who wanted to help people. That has never changed in all the years I've known you. But it is also a lie. You are not just a woman. You are not even mortal. I was going to regret those pancakes. How many years have you known me? 456 and 3 months. 456 and 3 months. That's impossible. He smiled. You always say that. I pinched my arm. No doubt I was still lying in bed, and this was all just a really, really weird dream. It's real, Yvette. You are an immortal being who hunts down monsters and kills them with your blood. Sometimes you need to feed if you get injured. You fed from me those 400 years ago and, graciously, decided to bestow upon me my occupation. Oh, occupation? I am your guardian. I was really regretting those pancakes. Being an immortal monster hunter is a complicated life. It's easier with two. But I'm 24. Do you feel 24? Yes, I lied. Oh, that brought him up. He steepled his fingers together, studying me. Look, I don't know who I was or who you think I am, but not some ancient whatever. I'm just Yvette. Perfectly average Yvette. I have a good life here. I have a family here. His easy smile pressed even further into a hard line. I see. I don't know what you did to me the other night, but I don't want any part of monster hunting or vampire adventures. I want to go to SBU with Ellie and stay out late. Go to parties. Maybe even get a boyfriend. I don't want to wake up or whatever the hell you want me to do. I just want to be normal. He swallowed once and schooled his features into a stone wall that I couldn't read. Very well. He tucked a bill under his glass and stood. Come then. I'll make sure you get back to your family safe. Thank you. I'm sure. A shot of adrenaline straightened my spine. I looked around for the cause. What is it? When I heard it, I put my hands over my ears. You can't hear the hissing? Chapter 5. Disaster Pancakes. A scream erupted out of the kitchen, undulating loud and quiet as the door swung back and forth where the waitress made her escape. Her eyes were wide, tinged pink where the blood vessels burst. Someone call 911. He's... Oh my God. The cook stumbled out of the kitchen, half covered in blood. Behind him, an 8-foot-tall creature extended its claws into his sides like skewers, opened its wide mouth full of razor teeth, and bit. The woman backed into the corner, too fearful to scream or tear her eyes away from the carnage at the counter. Behind me, everything slowed. I could hear muffled gasps and the clank of silverware falling, feel the shift in the air as people stood, and smell the dump of fear that emitted from everyone like cheap cologne. Voss was on his feet, his hand tight around my arm. Time to go. You don't belong here. And yet, I couldn't take my eyes off of that woman. We can't just leave her. He looked at her, then back at me, then back at her. Go, I'll get her. By then, the other patrons were rushing out the door. Voss let go of my arm and I followed the others into the parking lot. They were all dazed, as if just waking from a dream. There were soft murmurs and a general malaise of confusion. They forget, I realized. Whatever those monsters are, they make people forget what they've seen. But I remembered. Maybe that was why I was supposed to hunt them. The waitress came running out of the front door. The name on her name tag said, Betty. I grabbed her arm, wiping a spot of blood off her cheek. Are you okay, Betty? She turned and blinked her glazed hazel eyes. Of course, miss. Why wouldn't I be? Glass shattered. Voss came crashing through the building's facade. The creature wrapped its taloned feet around the window frame and bellowed. It had crimson teeth inside a beak-like mouth that it closed and stabbed into Voss's torso. No. The world turned red. I felt my nails cut into my palms and smelled the familiar scent of my own blood. Everything narrowed. How dare that beast touch what is mine? The air turned thick, and my vision sharpened. The creature looked up and hissed, picking me out of the crowd of bystanders. I should have been scared. I should have run. But I didn't. All my attention was on Voss's face. His mouth was forming the words, "Stop. Don't." But I was already halfway across the parking lot, launching myself at the beast in a blind rage. Without a weapon, I wouldn't do much damage, but I raked my nails across its chest and shoved my bloody palms into the wounds. The monster hissed and grabbed my waist. I swung my hands blindly, making contact with its face before I was weightless, flying away from Voss and his panicked face with his outstretched hand, my name on his lips. Impact. Darkness. Bang. My eyes opened to the sound of a gunshot. Then, two more in quick succession. Bang. Bang. The monster bellowed at the gun but moved away from the bullets, eventually deciding to run instead of continuing its less than cooperative meal. Voss's face appeared above me. Yvette, why did you do that? I couldn't feel my legs. Faintly, I remembered a sharp pain in my back before blacking out. Somewhere in my subconscious, I knew that an injury like that was bad, but all I could focus on was the blood smeared across his face and the bob of his Adam's apple as he swallowed. I combed my hands through his hair, feeling his pulse throb beneath my fingers as I pulled him close enough to lick the blood off his lips. He shuddered. Don't tease me, Yvette. I didn't need encouragement. My teeth were shifting, and my mouth was already at his neck. When I broke his skin, he made a small sound and pulled me into his arms. To anyone else, I'm sure he just looked like a concerned friend cradling his injured companion. My body began to heal with each swallow of his blood, but even when I was done, I didn't want to stop. I remember this. Taking more than I needed to heal was something different. Intimate. He made another, more desperate sound and dug his fingers into my back. He wasn't trying to get me to stop. Eventually, it was Sophia's motherly voice and her hand on my shoulder that broke the spell. That's enough, Yvette. You need him upright. For a moment, I didn't recognize her, and the look on her face broke my heart. It was fear. She was afraid of me. I looked back at Voss. He wasn't afraid. He was blushing like a teenager, with pink cheeks and a look in his eyes that made the blood I'd taken heat, sending a rush of desire coiling in my core. I cleared my throat. Sorry. No need to apologize to me. We need to get out of here. Lewis appeared, checking the chamber of his gun. Those bullets are just going to piss it off. His uniform was a stark reminder of the day's events. I don't want to go back to the base. I think. Voss stood up to his full height, forcing the already decent-sized man to look up at him. She doesn't want to go. She's not going. Lewis put up his hands. I was going to say, I think that won't be a problem, on account of the fact that I don't work for them. He glanced back at the still dazed, murmuring crowd. I'll explain later. We have to go. Now. Voss lifted me off the ground as if I still needed assistance. I assume you have transport? He asked Lewis. Lewis looked offended. Of course, I have transport. The transport ended up being a minivan. Out of eyesight from the crowd, Voss sat me back on my feet and climbed awkwardly after me, past Ellie and Allie to get to the third row. So, we may have gotten things a bit wrong, Allie said. Chapter 6. Minivan Existential Crisis. Sophia and Lewis were up front like the parents of the weirdest family ever, while Ellie kept stealing glances at me over the headrest. Her eyebrows had disappeared behind her bangs, and she had to bite her lip to keep from making whatever comment was threatening to come out. The wounds on my palms where I'd clawed into my own hand were closed, and I stared at my unmarked hands for quite a while before tucking them between my knees. Voss's legs took up most of the van's free space and he sat in silence. Whatever had come over me before, I didn't understand it. It scared me. I was just a girl, like Ellie. Or, at least, I thought I was. Is anyone going to tell me what the hell is going on? I demanded. Sophia and I work for an organization called Lighthouse. We have members all over the world, military, scientists, engineers. All are dedicated to the eradication of those monsters. They emit some kind of chemical or pheromone that makes people forget they've seen them, but it doesn't work on everyone. A few decades ago, Lighthouse was able to create a vaccine of sorts to allow us humans to remember. So it's true. I'm not human. You've lived under my roof for 2 years, Yvette. I've seen you play board games with my girls and cry during sappy movies. You are one of the most human people I know. You're just not mortal. Yeah, let's all just ignore the drinking blood part. Actually, you don't like feeding from mortals because it usually kills them. That's why you drink my blood, Voss said. Yes, thank you. That makes this all so much better. You're welcome. I shot him a look, but he just smiled at me. Ellie giggled. Every animal has a predator. The best minds have pored over every scrap of data we've been able to pull together, and they all agree. Your blood is the only thing that kills those monsters. Throughout time, you fought them so that they were relegated to myth and folk tales, Sophia explained. But since you went to sleep for so long, their numbers have grown unchecked. You say that as if it is her fault, Voss spoke up, his voice sharp in the small space. No, of course not. We have so little knowledge of how her body works. Hard to believe. You had her locked in that military base for months. Who knows what kind of experiments you were running? And who left her in a graveyard to be forgotten? Lewis retorted. I rested a hand on Voss's leg even as he moved to explain. Instead, he crossed his arms and leaned back, glaring daggers at the back of Lewis's head. I did want an answer to that question, but that could come later. What they were saying, it was impossible. Monsters. Blood. My brain was trying to tear itself in two, half screaming, "Impossible," and the other half screaming, "Open your eyes." It hasn't been easy, Sophia went on. Only with modern computers have we been able to begin to put together data, and even then, because we know what to look for. The oldest record of your abilities that we've been able to track down was 900 years ago in England. Suddenly, I smelt the sharp smell of alcohol and felt the hilt of a sword in my hand. And water. Water. Water that ran red with the blood of fools and the distant sound of screaming. Everyone was always screaming. I didn't realize my hands were shaking until Voss leaned forward and put his hand on mine. I pulled away and cleared my head of the foggy memory by closing my eyes and pressing my palms into the sockets until a rainbow of color splashed across the darkness. Voss told me I was 456 years old. He cleared his throat and shot me an apologetic look. Actually, I said, I have known you for 456 years. Incredible. It had to be someone else. It's you, Yvette. It's always been you. Louis tightened his hands on the steering wheel. Listen, we can't make you help us. Say the word, and I'll pull over, and you and your shadow can disappear into oblivion like you always do. But if you stay, we'll help you find your answers. And maybe, we can kill those things once and for all. I looked to Voss, but he waited dutifully for my answer. Allie and Ellie also waited to hear my answer. All I've wanted was to find out the truth, even if the truth is terrifying. I took a long, shuddering breath and prayed that all of this was one big lie, even though, deep down, I knew it wasn't. I knew it was up to me to stop more people from being hurt. I'll do it. I'll help. Chapter 7. I'm on a boat. Louis drove us to a small marina just south of the city. Go home and wait. Make sure Allie gets off to camp. Sophia was bent down, trying to say goodbye to her girls. I'm not sure how long I'll be gone, but there is money and an extra debit card in the safe. We can't just go home, Elliot insisted. Allie stood stiff, ready to dig in her heels. I don't want to go to camp. I want to help Yvette. This is no place for children. It might be dangerous. I can't. I'm not a child anymore, Mother, and I'll keep Allie safe. It's better if we all stay together. I chewed on the skin of my fingers, watching the exchange and wishing I had the courage to march over and demand they stay. But I couldn't. I couldn't make myself do something I didn't want to do. Ellie and Allie were the only family I knew. Leaving them broke my heart, but so did the thought of putting them in danger. You have to let them decide for themselves, Voss said beside me. Speaking from experience? He shoved his hands deep into his pockets instead of answering. Will you tell me how? How I made you? Some things are better left to be remembered naturally. Have I forgotten before? He nodded. Many times. Care to elaborate? Every 100 years or so, you go to sleep. It's a hibernation of sorts. It always takes a while for you to wake up fully. Although, usually not this long. I stuck my hands in my pockets. What if I never remember? He turned and put on a smile that didn't reach his eyes. One problem at a time, Are we about ready? Louis was waiting by the boat, 1 foot on the dock. I shoved away from the bench I was leaning on, noting yet another advertisement for that company V, and boarded. Maybe Lighthouse was funded by V too. Seemed like everything else was. The vessel was a small charter boat with only an overhead shelter for the driver, who appeared to be Louis, as he stood at the wheel with a clipboard checklist. Is Lighthouse the only organization that knows about the monsters? I asked him. That I know of. Voss made a noise behind me, and the two men shared a look over my head. Was that a lie, then? Did Voss know of other people studying me? Us? I didn't push it. I doubted Louis would want to discuss his organization's rivals. Instead, I took off my shoes and went to the bow, sitting so that I could lean my arms on the railing and let my feet dangle. Voss joined me, the boat rocking a little with his added weight. The first time I was at sea, he said, I was sick every day. Not all the gold in Spain could get me on a boat again. Not anymore? No. What made you get over your seasickness? Time. You. Ignoring that, I looked out over the water and started to relax. The endless blue and the crashing waves sang a familiar song. I think I like the ocean. You really aren't going to tell me? He closed his eyes against the warmth of the setting sun. The past is the past, Yvette. Choose what you like in this life. The ocean. Your friends. It can all be whatever you want it to be. What about you? You can tell me to go away anytime. I bit my lip. I think I don't want you to go away. My face flushed as soon as I said the words, and I hid my face in my arms. Voss just chuckled. Good. The boat rocked as the last of the team stepped off of the dock. All of their faces were red from tears, but it looked like the whole Eldridge family was staying together. I thought I must not have had a family for a long time because seeing Ellie and Allie fight so hard to come with us made tears burn in my eyes. Now, all I have to do is keep them safe. Chapter 8. The Water Ones. That night, I lay on the bow of the boat, looking up at the stars and trying not to pay too much attention to Voss sleeping next to me. He was on his back, feet crossed at the ankles, and hands folded neatly over his stomach. Like a vampire, I thought. But vampires didn't sleep at night, and as I thought about it, the sun hadn't seemed to bother him either. Or me. What am I? Who am I? Away from the city lights, the stars were as familiar to me as a map well studied. I couldn't remember any of the names, but I knew the patterns as if I had looked up at them many times over many years. There is a ship waiting for us about 8 hours from here. It's military, but ours, so don't freak out when you see it on the horizon, Lewis had said before setting off, making a point to look directly at Voss. From there, we'll go to the island, and Yvette can look over all of our research to see if anything triggers any memories or if she might fill in some gaps in our knowledge. I'd like that, I said before Voss could object. Lewis nodded his thanks. We'll stop to sleep a few hours overnight and meet up with the ship at dawn. In the meantime, I brought sandwiches. All right, I'm starving. Allie barely waited for Lewis to set down the cooler before reaching in and taking two. Save some for the rest of us, Ellie quipped. She can have mine. I'm not hungry. Everyone stopped and looked at me. Right. I forgot they had just watched me bite someone and drink their blood. I glanced back at Voss. He didn't seem too worse for the wear. Maybe save me one, just in case. He peeked inside the wrapping and wrinkled his nose. Peanut butter? You couldn't have gone to a deli? Lewis gave him a dirty look. I chuckled and rested a hand on his arm. I am discovering that Voss may be something of a food snob. Everyone laughed at that, and he had the good grace to look at least a little sheepish. There were too many people on such a small boat for any disagreements. It was important that we all get along, at least until we made it someplace where you wouldn't have to dive into the ocean to get away from people. Will it bother you if I play? Voss asked. Do you know Freebird? Ellie asked. He gave her a sidelong look. I don't do covers. She shrugged. A music snob too. Okay. Let's not all gang up on Voss. I gave him an apologetic smile and he looked down at me with a softness that made my heart ache. I'll be on the bow, he told me. I watched him for a few moments before joining the girls. Thank you for staying. I know all of this is... You're our sister, Allie said, mouth still half full of peanut butter. Family should stick together. Ellie leaned back to look up toward the bow of the boat. I'm here to find out if Voss has any single friends. As if on cue, a soft melody began to drift back as the boat skimmed over the water. Seriously, Yvette, do you think he knows a drummer? They weren't saying how much they were actually giving up or how dangerous it might be to come with me, but I knew it was there. Sophia's worried face and silence said it for them. That night, I lay on the bow of the boat and thought about the Eldridge family for a long time. Then, Voss spoke quietly from the darkness. You worry about them. I hadn't realized he was awake. Yeah. Do you think that's bad? No, just different. I'm getting a distinct feeling that I wasn't a very good person before. He sighed. It's complicated. I think you were just old and tired. Do you think... Something knocked against the bottom of the boat, and I sat up, straining my ears for the hissing that I'd heard back on land. Do those things swim? Could be a fish, or an old tire, he said hopefully. I couldn't hear any hissing, but the same heavy feeling was growing in my chest. Then, my blood went hot, and I felt my teeth extend. I could see in the dark nearly as well as if it were daylight. Voss sighed. God, I hate the water ones. There are water ones? He reached for his guitar case and retrieved a long sword cut with those same channels along the blade. How many weapons do you have in there? You know, when I said you were old and tired, Yvette, I may have been speaking for myself, he said, handing over the sword. What do I need to do? He took my hand and pressed it across the blade, deep enough for my blood to flow freely through the channels. Now, stab it with the pointy end, preferably when it comes out of the water. The sword is just a sword if your blood washes off of it. I nodded. The boat knocked again, this time more violently, and the others woke up in a hurry. What the hell was that? Ellie asked. Lewis already had a gun in his hand. I hate the water ones. Voss gave me a look as if to say, See? Lewis agrees. Yvette, are you ready? Lewis called up. I'm ready. Lewis fired a shot into the water, and suddenly, a giant creature straight out of Ali's H.P. Lovecraft books with 5 tentacles rose up out of the ocean. I knew I should jump stab it in the face before it had the chance to cause any damage, but my legs wouldn't move. Then, fast as lightning, one long tentacle shot out and grabbed me, yanking me several hundred feet into the sky, and bellowed loud enough for the water to ripple. Apparently, I wasn't ready. Chapter 9. Never Trust a Tentacle. Yeah, I definitely was not ready. Yvette. Someone called my name, but so far away from the boat it was kind of hard to tell who it was. It didn't matter anyway. If I didn't stop this giant tentacle from crushing my ribs, I'd have even more problems on my hands. I stabbed the knife into the creature's arm. It screeched and threw me back towards the boat. I hit Voss like a freight train, and we both went into the water. For a moment, I couldn't move. Didn't have any air in my lungs to hold while sinking deeper and deeper into the dark ocean waters. The sword was still locked in my hand, and its weight seemed to pull me down further. In the cold, dark ocean depths, I closed my eyes and found myself back in the tomb, listening to Voss's melancholy guitar through layers of stone while I drifted in and out of consciousness. Old and tired. My lungs were burning. I needed to breathe. No, not yet. Voss climbed into the tomb with me and slid his arm around my waist. He pressed his lips against mine, but I was too tired to say goodbye. So tired. Then someone pinched my ear and my eyes flew open. I gasped, and Voss was there with his mouth over mine to share the air in his lungs. His arm was tight around my waist. Tachi. I smiled at him. He smiled back. I was content in his arms, treading in the cool darkness forever. The boat. The monster. My family. As if understanding an order I couldn't say, Voss started kicking hard toward the surface. I took a few deep lungfuls of air when we broke the waves, then swung around and clung to his back as he swam back over toward the monster. Lewis fired a flare at the creature's face, and I knew we only had a moment before it realized where I was. With my legs locked around Voss's waist, I rose up out of the water and brought the sword across my hand. Blood poured over the blade and into the water. Voss latched onto the base of one of the monster's tentacles, and I climbed up his back, launching off of his shoulders to stab the sword hilt deep into the slippery surface of the monster's skin. Almost instantly, its body began to harden. Like a contagion, it spread through the monster's veins and carried through to the rest of its body until it reached the creature's throat, where it bellowed one last time before the infection spread to his face and froze the creature into stone. It broke apart and crumbled into the sea like sand. I tread water for a moment longer to catch my breath and let the blood in my own veins return to normal. The deep cut on my hand stung in the salt water, but I didn't dare ask Voss to feed from him again over such a small injury. Was this what my life was? All the time? No wonder I was tired. I swam back to the boat. Voss was already pulling himself up. His wet clothes were stuck to his body, and I couldn't help sneaking a quick peek. That then turned into a longer peek. He was tall and toned. The clinging shirt gave away every shifting muscle. Yvette. I looked up and saw Louis holding out his hand to help me out of the water. He was gracious enough, or maybe just scared of me enough, to not mention my indiscretion. Sophia put a towel around my shoulders as soon as I got my feet planted on deck. That was awesome, Allie exclaimed. I couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, other than the terror, it was pretty cool. Silently, Voss appeared next to me and took the sword out of my hand while running a wet finger across the seam of the cut on my palm. The sting disappeared, and the cut stitched closed. He gave me another of those soft looks that made my heart pound against my chest. It was like he was taking back the strange part of my life to put it away in his guitar case so I could spend time with my family. Thank you, Tachi. What even was that thing? Ellie was saying. When it grabbed you, I thought you were toast. And then, you came out of nowhere. Yeah, she was like, hi, yeah. Allie made a bunch of stabbing motions before grabbing onto my arm. But weren't you scared? Me? Scared? Not at all. I had it handled. That was a lie, though. The truth was, I was more scared than ever. My selfishness was going to get everyone killed. Chapter 10. Introductions. The boat arrived at dawn, just like Louis said it would. It was a huge military ship that looked like an aircraft carrier without any planes. And as Louis drove closer, it only got bigger until we were right alongside, and it seemed more like a skyscraper than a boat. Voss stood on the bow with his arms crossed over his chest, studying the ship as if he were contemplating grabbing me and swimming back to the mainland. I've done this before, huh? And it didn't turn out well? He took a long, deep breath. I have to try, Voss. And who knows? Maybe we can at least find out what they know about us. That's exactly what you said last time. A door opened far above our heads, and a rope ladder was lowered so a man could climb down and board our boat. He was used to boats, moving down the ladder as if on solid ground with sure feet, and hands moving in motion as fluid as the sea. He and Louis exchanged pleasantries in the cockpit, and Sophia and the girls introduced themselves. His name was Patrick. Somewhere I was reminded of men who climbed rigging for a living, drank ale like water, and were weary of women on boats. And that up there, Louis continued, is our angel of death. The man turned, and he looked over me as if I were a human-sized bar of solid gold. I felt Voss take a step closer, standing tall at my back. I could only imagine what his face looked like, but something made the man take half a step backward before he turned back to Louis. You actually did it. I'm going to owe Captain Richards $50. I didn't like feeling as if I were a prize fish that had been caught or the fact that Louis didn't correct him. Sophia didn't look pleased either, but she too didn't speak up. For the first time, I wondered if Voss was right. It's a little late to change your mind now. I'll drive the boat back, and Leslie can pick me up on her next supply run. Thanks, Patrick. For all that awe, he never said one word to me. Sophia was the first to climb the rope ladder, followed by Ellie and Allie. I looked back at Voss, and he nodded, going up next to make sure Allie didn't fall. I followed him, and Louis came up last. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the lights in the ship's corridor. I immediately felt claustrophobic and wanted to see the sky again, but Lewis had already pulled up the ladder and the heavy metal door closed with a clang. It was like being closed in the tomb again, and my heart began to race. Voss appeared beside me and rested a hand on my back out of sight. "We can meet your colleagues on the upper deck," he told Lewis. It wasn't a question or a request. Luckily, Lewis seemed to be picking his battles. "Of course," he said. "Follow me." We went up several sets of stairs and 2 long hallways before exiting out into the upper deck, where the sky was big and blue again, and the air was crisp and fresh. I breathed so much easier and shot Voss a look that I hoped conveyed my appreciation. He looked down and smiled. "You're welcome without saying it." "Yvette?" A man was approaching. He had bright green eyes and ignored everyone else on the deck. He looked at me, spoke to me. "It's an honor," he gushed. He reached out a hand, paused, glancing up at Voss, and then leveled a request to me. "May I shake your hand?" I smiled. "Of course, although I don't feel like I've earned any of this attention." He grasped my hand in both of his. They were warm. "Lewis explained about your memory loss. I'm so sorry. It must be hard." Again, he glanced up at Voss. "It's not so bad." I turned my head to look at my shadow, who was staring daggers at the man. "Voss?" He pulled his face into a broad smile that seemed more intimidating than reassuring. The man cleared his throat. "I'm Stan, by the way," he said, bringing my attention back to him. "I fund our project and do most of the research here. Lewis, you've met. He's our boots-on-the-ground man." "Ah, brains and brawn." Stan laughed. "Exactly. I'd love to look over your research, see if anything triggers my memory." "Yes, of course. Everything will be made available, but first, let me give you a tour and show you all to your quarters." Voss grabbed my arm painfully. We stay together. Stan narrowed his eyes. "If she wants to." I looked back at Voss. He looked almost unrecognizable from the man I'd come to know. His pupils were wide, and his teeth were bared. His teeth? They were different. They didn't even have the 2 pointy fangs I'd seen at the mall. Instead, all of them shifted into razor-sharp points. Fear climbed up my back. What was wrong with him? Why was it so easy to forget that he was actually terrifying? Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to have my own room. Voss turned his heated gaze toward me. "No, Yvette, no." "You'll be right across the hall," Stan assured. I rested my hand on Voss's chest, more sure than ever that I was making the right decision. "I'll be fine, I promise." Chapter 11. Boyfriend Traits. Thank you again for deciding to come with me. I stood awkwardly outside Sophia and the girls' cabin while they settled into the 2 rooms across from each other. There wasn't a lot of space, but each room had 2 small beds and a fold-away table bolted to the wall between them. I know this is, well, I don't even know what this is. But it isn't exactly normal sisterly duties. "Well, we're not a normal family," Allie chimed in. Sophia stepped past me in a hurry, looking over her shoulder down the hall. "I'm going to go check in on the lab. I'll meet up with you all for dinner." I thought it a bit strange for her to be running off so soon before the girls were settled, but she probably had a lot of research to share while she'd been on the mainland. Surely there were colleagues that she wanted to see, other than Lewis. And actually, now that she was gone... Speaking of sisterly duties, what do you 2 think about Voss? Honestly. Elliot stretched out across her bed, letting one foot dangle over the edge. "I can't believe you gave up the opportunity to bunk with your hot vampire bodyguard." I don't know why I expected anything different from her. While I admit that I am not blind, he is hardly mine. I don't even remember him. Theoretically, before a few days ago, he was out living his own life. You can't be that far in denial. You are his life. He really doesn't seem like the kind of guy that has a different girl in every city. And as far as history goes, I watched you two take down that giant squid-like killing monsters was an old pastime. Your brain may not remember him, but your body does. It did. That kiss in the ocean was not something I would soon forget. My toes still tingled when I thought about it. But that could just be hormones. Sometimes I feel like he's my soulmate, but earlier, I keep forgetting that he isn't human. Ellie waved a hand. Neither are you. That's how all boys get when they're upset. I don't want him to be upset, especially when it is over something as trivial as sleeping arrangements. The magazines by your bed said a possessive man is a red flag. Ellie rolled her eyes. That doesn't apply to a protagonist. I'm not a protagonist. What's a protagonist? Are you kidding? You're one dye job away from being the president of the student council in an anime. You've got a hot guy who just showed up out of nowhere to sweep you off into an adventure. That is hardcore main character energy, if you ask me. Allie spoke up. I don't think it was jealousy, Yvette. Stan seems real nice. Too nice. Maybe Voss is right to be on his guard. Well, he could be on his guard a bit more subtly than growling at the people I need to find out who the heck I am. I'm not trying to be reckless, but if he can shed some light on my past, then I have to take the risk. I just killed a giant sea monster. How bad can one scientist be? Stan cleared his throat from the hallway. Excuse the interruption, ladies. Yvette, I wondered if you were interested in seeing the library. It's where we keep the journals and research. Yes, please. Ellie sat up. Do you want me to come with you? You're just as bad as him. I'll be fine. For being some 1,000-year-old non-mortal being, everyone was really keen on treating me with kid gloves and hovering over me as if I were some fragile piece of priceless art for seemingly no reason. It was about time I did things on my own for once. Chapter 12. I been callin'. Don't be too hard on him, Stan said as we walked along the upper deck. It must be incredibly difficult for him to be away from you for so many years, and then you. Not remembering. I finished for him. It's okay. You can say it. I looked out past the endless sea and open sky. It's been difficult for everyone. Well, except maybe Lewis. Nothing phases him. Stan chuckled. Then he waved down to where Voss watched us from the lower deck, his guitar out of the case, resting against his leg as he leaned against one crate, his foot propped up on another. I waved too, but he didn't return it. Instead, he began to play that haunting melody. I smiled. The sound was like a caress, an apology without words. He'd overreacted, and I'd all but demanded he keep to himself while Stan gave me a tour of the ship. A bit sad, isn't it? Stan asked regarding the song. Does he ever play anything happy? Sadness and mourning transcend time. The answer came without thought. Well, you would know. Indeed. Your research journals don't say anything about that? Your guardian does an excellent job of keeping you out of the limelight. I'd love to share what we have. Maybe it can help you remember. Yes, I'd like that too. Follow me. We keep the original notes on the island, but I have one of my grandfather's journals in the library off of the research lab. The rest is on my computer. You can have full access. Finally, the research lab was above the ship's bridge, a large open space surrounded by windows and views out to sea. The two solid walls on either end held electrical outlets, machines, and shelves of supplies. On the other, there was a door with a simple gold plaque that said, Research. The library was a renovated office with floor-to-ceiling shelves full of books behind a simple desk. The one wall of windows helped to make the small space seem less claustrophobic, but he also left the door open as if he knew of my earlier unease. My family has been researching the unknown of this world for generations, Today's technology will become tomorrow's myth and legend, just as yesterday's heroes are today's forgotten. You know it is your blood that kills these monsters, yes? Do you know about your lineage? I... I thought I was the only one. You are the only one with the blood needed to kill the monsters, that we know of anyway. He smiled then and reached for an old leather-bound book. However, you are part of a mythical lineage of gifted individuals. My great, 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 great-grandfather believed that they carried the blood of long-forgotten gods. He began documenting their gifts. Some were seers, some could heal with the touch of their hands, while others could end life by simply wishing it so. Others seemed lost in this world, and some lost in time, showing up and disappearing in times of strife and conflict. He handed the journal over and opened it to a page with a faded ink drawing of one of the monsters and a woman with long, wild hair. She carried a double-bladed axe and had two pointy fangs where her teeth should have been. Me. That's me. No one knows where the monsters came from originally. Some in our family believe that a gifted is born to negate whatever evil in the world needs vanquishing at the time, some higher order to keep the universe in balance. I couldn't stop looking at that illustration. Fangs and blood. She looked feral, little less than a monster herself. Then I made the mistake of turning the page. There was another sketch there of the woman dressed in tatters. She stood in a room surrounded by dead bodies, dead human bodies, and I saw it. A flash of a memory. The smell of emptied bladders and blood. Fear. Death. The strength left my legs and I sat heavily on a nearby chair. I killed people. Stan nodded solemnly. At first, my grandfather believed that you were just another monster, a rogue killing its own kind along with humans, but upon closer study, he learned that drinking human blood was what seemed to give you the unnaturally long life to continue fighting the creatures. But why don't I need it now? It's my belief that you sleep now instead of feeding. Although Lewis tells me that you did feed from your guardian when you were injured, so maybe you've just gotten better at hiding it. He said that with a smile, but I wasn't laughing. Was I still out massacring people and Voss was covering it up? No, please, don't let that be the case. Voss says he's known me for almost 500 years, but apparently I am older than that. Do you know when I was born? Our first record of you was over 1,000 years ago in the Middle Ages, but even then, you and your first guardian were a well-established legend. You could be much, much older than that. Everything stuttered to a halt. My first guardian? Voss didn't tell you that there was another before him? He's been quite insistent that I learn things by remembering naturally. Stan sighed. I'm sure the last few days have been incredibly difficult. What happened to my last guardian? No one knows. He was gone by the time of the sketches, and, at that period, you were too dangerous to approach. Too dangerous to approach? How many people had I killed? What kind of monster was I? I could feel the truth even though I didn't remember it. I know this all seems terrible, but there is good news. There is? We've made some progress in our studies thanks to the samples of your blood Sophia provided. We think, with your help, we might be able to replicate your enzymes, and maybe make it so you could have help fighting the monsters. Maybe you'd never have to kill another human again. Sophia had been sending samples of my blood to Lighthouse. I thought the vials taken were to make sure I was healthy. I pushed the hurt aside. I trusted Sophia's judgment. If she trusted Stan, then so would I. Anything I can do to help, I will. Well, Stan touched the edges of the book a bit bashfully. I know it's sudden, but I would love to have some new data to provide when we reach the island. While I have you here, would you mind a few pokes and prods? He reminded me of an excited child, and if I wanted the organization's help, then providing something to them would be a sign of good faith. There was a tightness in my spine, a warning that I shouldn't do anything alone, but I pushed it away too. I didn't need any babysitters. I didn't want to be a monster. I wanted to help. Chapter 13. Love and Monsters. There was a lab tech in the research room when we came out of the library. She looked at me with bright, wide eyes before plastering a forced smile on her face. She was nervous, but I guess, who wouldn't be? She surely knew what had been written in those journals. I just needed to reassure her that I was no threat, that I wasn't a monster. Reaching out my hand, I went to introduce myself. Hi, I'm... Her eyes darted back to Stan, and that was my only warning before a needle plunged into my neck, and he depressed the plunger of a syringe. Whatever it was worked fast. My arms and legs went numb, and the floor rushed up to my face as I was plunged into darkness. The smell of burning flesh brought me back around. Not mine. I was standing among the burning remnants of a small town square surrounded by bodies. The world felt quiet despite the chaos. Simple, quaint. The buildings were made of wood and thatch. Many were on fire. Hungry, gods, I was so hungry. The bodies weren't even people to me, just food. Yvette, come. You've taken enough. The voice behind me wasn't Voss. There's more. I need more. The only remaining lives here are innocents. We can move on and go west. There will be more there. I will take what is left here. There will always be more. I cannot allow you to do that. I turned. The man wore a cloak, so I could not see his features, but I did see that he had a black band of ink around the wrist of his hand that held a sword. You dare defy me? I made you. I pulled you back from the edge of oblivion and gave you life eternal. And now you are losing your humanity. I cannot be your tether if you will not open your heart again. I laughed. What worth is humanity? Year after year, decade after decade, century after century, they do not learn. These monsters multiply and they fear me? Well, let them fear. I cannot hold myself to the standard of lesser beings if I ever hope to complete my purpose. Then we are at an impasse. So be it. She's coming around, a voice overhead said. Is she secure? It was a memory. I wasn't in the square. I was in the lab. I forced my eyes open and immediately regretted it, as the midday sun was bright in the reflective room. What? What are you doing? A strap was tightened painfully across my thighs. She's secure. Are you sure we shouldn't put her out again? Someone else asked. She has to be awake, Stan said. It only activates under threat. What activates? Ready on your signal. Finally, I looked around to see half a dozen people in lab coats surrounding me, each holding a contraption that looked suspiciously like a drill. Stan leaned forward and put a rubber mouthguard between my teeth. Remember, you wanted to help Yvette. I won't lie. It's going to hurt. But you're doing this for the greater good. I'd consented to a blood sample, maybe more if we'd sat down and discussed it, but not whatever they had planned. Not alone. I tried to tell him as much, but I didn't get a chance to say more. He put an oxygen mask over my face and nodded to the attendants. The drills came to life, and pain exploded down my arms and legs, my hips. The world went white, and I felt my blood catch on fire. My teeth extended into the thick gel mouthguard. Again, I was thrown into the blackness and another memory. Watch out. That stupid lost samurai. I told him to stay away so I could handle the monster on my own. The creature swung and, temporarily distracted, I took the blow and flew across the beach, landing in the sand at his feet. Didn't I give you a job to do? You did. It's done. The remaining civilians are headed inland. I stood on shaking legs, drew another arrow, coated the tip, and let it fly. That one hit deep enough. The creature froze where it stood, hardened and shattered. It took longer than it should have to kill. I was getting weak. I'd need to feed soon, even if I could stay uninjured. The first indication that something was wrong was that I could no longer feel the warm air or smell the salty sea. When I looked down, I saw why. Blood was pooling at my feet. You need to go, samurai. I am no longer samurai. I am just Tachi. Tachi. I didn't realize that my head was on his leg until his face appeared above me. Tell me how to help you. Whatever injury I had was a lot worse than I originally thought. Run, I told him. Already the thumping sound of his beating heart was echoing in my ears. I needed to feed now to heal. I don't want to hurt you, Tachi. What do you need? My eyes went to his neck involuntarily. Is it my blood? He asked. If so, take it. My life? Take it as well. You saved me, saved the people of this village. It is only right that I do this for you. The thumping in his heart got louder, and I fought the monster inside as it pressed against my skin. My senses sharpened. I could hear his steady breathing, feel the texture of his fingers gripped around mine, and taste the truth in the air. This soul was different. Each drum of his heartbeat was a call and response to my own. I'd only felt that once before. I don't think I'll just kill you, Tachi. I'll turn you. And that's not death. It's servitude. It's centuries. I'll make you a monster like me. I've done it before. I've made another. I lost my humanity, and I killed him. I didn't care then, but I care now. I care now. I do not know what you are, goddess, but I do not fear you. I do not fear death or life. Get bored of me and kill me whenever you like. I am yours. The change came hard, and I couldn't fight it. The monster curled its fingers through his hair and pulled his head down to brush her lips over his ear. This is going to be very painful. He shuddered. Do it. I began to thrash on the table. Be still. You are only making it worse. I was right. The instruments that the techs held were drills. They were drilling through my skin and muscle, my bones. Again, I was taken back to the beach. I held the samurai's lifeless body in my arms and screamed. What I'd done was horrible enough, but now I had to do the unthinkable. A familiar bond was already beginning to weave. He was like the other. I could taste it as soon as I bit him. And now, I couldn't bear the thought of his body rotting away and returning to the land. But the alternative. How could I curse another man to love me? Do it. I am yours. Glass shattered. A woman screamed. The lab came back into focus, and what I saw was a sight that was somehow both terrifying and a relief. Voss was in his true form. 8 feet of solid muscle and black wings. His legs, arms, and torso stretched to accommodate his new body, claws and talons where his hands and feet should have been, and his mouth elongated, full of sharp teeth that tore through flesh, crushing bones. And that's what he was doing. Crushing bones. Those that tried to run didn't get very far. He was beautifully terrifying, monstrous, just like the things that hissed in the darkness and made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end, like the things I was supposed to kill. When the screaming stopped, I knew at once they were dead. And the pain in my body, I could feel the change beginning in me. I knew what would happen if I got loose on that ship. Allie and Ellie, Sophia and Louis, and every other living thing would die. Tachi, get me out. It was a weak order, but one he obeyed. His clawed hands ripped through the restraints and he picked me up like I weighed nothing. Only then did I allow myself oblivion. Chapter 14. She's Gone. Sophia. It was quiet on the ship, especially inside the enclosed hallway where Sophia could no longer hear Voss's haunting melody. Everyone was busy settling in. Lewis had gone off to brief the security team, and the girls were unpacking and eating lunch while she had the arduous task of convincing Stan not to do anything rash. She knew, despite his patient demeanor, he would be desperate to tear into Yvette as soon as he could. With her memory loss and a year spent living as a normal college-aged girl, they wouldn't need to resort to force to get their samples, but she knew the temptation would be strong. Best to mount a defense before. Glass shattered, and the whole ship shifted. Screaming came from up ahead in the research center, and Sophia's heart stuttered. Somehow she knew what monster she'd see when she opened the door, and when she ran ahead and yanked the handle, she was right. Voss! He paused with one foot already on the ledge of the broken windows. Massive black wings spread wide over 7 dead bodies. He was barely recognizable. It would pain Yvette to see him like that. So inhuman. It was proof that whatever Stan had done was bad. She'd been too late. Stan had already done something horrible, and paid for it with his life. And seeing her guardian in his true form, Yvette would eventually figure out what Voss likely already knew. That the humanoid monsters overtaking the cities were not like the natural monsters that roamed but man-made, created with her blood and now out of control. Would he tell her? Would Yvette blame her for the vials and vials of blood she sent back to the island? Even if he wouldn't listen, she had to speak. She couldn't stay silent. I didn't know, Voss. Please, tell her I didn't know. The sound that came from him was so low and resonating that it made the floors vibrate. Wisely, she didn't say anything else, only watching as he leapt, the beat from those powerful wings sending a whirlwind through the windows and down to the deck before he shot into the sky. She watched him until she could not see him any longer, and then watched the clouds in which they had disappeared. Yvette was a marvel of creation. She was ancient and beautiful, and she had lived under Sophia's roof for almost 2 years, eating at her table and laughing with her daughters. Now, all of that trust that she had painstakingly built would be ground to dust. Sophia. A cold hand tightened around her wrist. Are you okay? Tell me you didn't know, Lewis. He swallowed. I didn't. They're never going to trust us again. We have to worry about that later. If this ship makes it back to the island without Stan, Aaron is not going to be pleased. No, Aaron Houghton would not be happy at all. Where are the girls? Down the hall. I told them to stay back. I wasn't sure what I'd find. Good. Good. Thank you. Sophia? Will they think we are evil? I don't know. He sighed. We need to go, Soph. She took one last look at Stan's dead body. He had been a mentor, a visionary. Yet, humanity eluded him just as it had Yvette, and he didn't have the excuse of time. Maybe humanity eluded her too. After all, she had taken Yvette's blood once a month for 2 years and sent it to Stan without guilt. Maybe all of this was partially her fault. Unpacking that would have to wait. Lewis was right. Stan wasn't the only Houghton they had to worry about. Allie and Ellie stood waiting down the hall just like Lewis said they would. Her youngest, too young to understand betrayal and the rules adults broke in the name of science, ran to hug her. But Ellie, who remembered how flawed and selfish adults could be, stayed back, noting the blood on Sophia's shoes. Is Yvette okay? She will be. Allie pulled away then, her eyes bright with worry. She's not with you. Sophia shook her head. No, she is not. Then where is she? Ellie demanded. Voss has her, Lewis told them. He's taking her somewhere safe. Somewhere far away from us, you mean? Likely. Now it was Allie's turn to notice the blood. What happened? Stan, Ellie guessed. Lewis ran a hand through his hair. I'm guessing he tried to take what wasn't offered, the bastard. Ellie looked as weary as Lewis. If that's the case, I'm glad Voss took her away. Me too, Lewis agreed. What are we supposed to do now? Allie asked. Now, Lewis said. Now, we have our own problems. Chapter 15. The Things You Die For. Sophia. People were beginning to gather on the ship's deck. It was only a matter of time before the security team realized what was done and steered the ship full speed straight for the island. Lewis was right. Once Erin discovered what Voss had done to her son, her quest for Yvette would go from obsessive research to revenge. And if Sophia didn't want to risk Allie and Ellie getting caught in the middle, they needed to get off the ship sooner rather than later. The bridge will have the codes to release the lifeboats, Lewis said. They all have satellite phones. I have a contact I can call. He's young but rich and well-connected. He'll be able to get us the rest of the way. Sophia nodded, still unable to shake the shock of everything crumbling. She had worked so hard to toe the line, keeping Stan placated while still protecting Yvette, and building a trust that would, in theory, get them further in the long run. And all of it was destroyed. It was so sudden, so heartbreaking. Numbly, she ushered the girls to follow Lewis down the hall, allowing herself a smile when Ellie said, "Young and rich, you say? Care to pass on that number?" Yvette would be safe with Voss. She had been for centuries. It was only now that she was gone that Sophia realized how much Yvette had become human and how much the betrayal hurt on a personal level. She wasn't something to be studied. She hadn't been to Sophia for a long time. She really had become like a daughter. Sophia never should have accepted the position at Lighthouse. She never should have agreed to take Yvette in. She should have never let her get on that boat. Allie looked back and took her hand. "It will be okay, Mama." She hoped so. Lewis hit the ladder to the bridge and they followed him through the door only to be met with the barrel of a gun. It was the first officer. The ship's captain lay dead at his feet, a bullet through his forehead. "Stop right there. No one is going anywhere." Sophia yanked Allie and Ellie out of the doorway and took their place. "Whoa, take it easy, Terrence." Lewis's voice had gone low and smooth. "We're on your side. Erin wants the girl. I can get her. Sophia and the girls can get her. Let us have a boat, and we'll—" "The boats are gone." "What?" "I released them. I knew there were traitors here who would try and escape." "And Richard didn't agree?" "Captain Richard was having second thoughts regarding our mission." "Then you did the right thing. But you too want to leave this ship." Sophia stepped forward. "Yvette was under my roof for 2 years. Stan got too excited. I believe I can talk her into coming back and cooperating." Terrence smirked. "She speaks the truth," Lewis offered. "Yvette is fond of her. She'll listen to—" "You think I don't know that you've been compromised? Playing civilian on the mainland with Dr. Eldridge?" Don't lie." He pointed the gun at Sophia, and Lewis stepped in front, giving away crucial data. "See? Now don't you feel better? Did she know? Now maybe you can stop pining and That's enough, Lieutenant. You're wasting precious time." His voice remained even, never changing cadence, but his hand was reached back. Not to grab her, Sophia realized, but to come around the grip of a gun tucked into a small holster at his back. Sophia took half a step back to give him room. Then, gave the lieutenant what he was not expecting, a hysterical woman. "You think my girls will close their eyes and cover their ears and run from the violence in this world? You are the problem, Terrence. All you see in this world is black and white. The things others have that you do not. This mission will fail because of you." Louis lunged forward while Sophia jumped back, following the girls who had luckily been paying attention and following her veiled instructions were halfway down the steps below. Back on the bridge, the scuffling stopped, and a single gunshot echoed. She froze as she rounded the corner, afraid to look, afraid to move forward. What if Louis was dead? A dozen memories of his warnings and heavy sighing, his constant shadow, always there when she called. And now, what if he... A solid hand landed on her shoulder. Looks like it's Plan B. All the air expelled from her lungs while Louis took his place ahead of Ellie, touching each of the girls as he passed. Reassuring, and maybe, just maybe, he was reminding himself of the things he'd die for. Chapter 16. Love and Sacrifice. Sophia. Of all the things that had happened in Sophia's life, this was by far the worst. She knew allowing the girls to stay was a mistake. The trip to the island was not ever going to be a pleasure cruise, and the chances of them getting caught up in the web of lies and betrayals she had been trying to untangle were high. Now, they were trapped inside it as well, without even knowing why. They had only wanted to support a friend. Such a simple act for anyone else. But for Yvette, the difference was life and death. They followed Louis through a dozen hallways and doors, stopping now and then when he raised his hand, straining their ears to hear any sign of pursuit. The corridors pressed close around them, threatening to bury the people she loved along with her mistakes, until breathing became a chore that she had to make herself do, waiting for the moment her girls would pay the price. "Almost there," Louis said from up ahead. It was probably a lie, but Sophia clung to it. If there was a chance for her girls to escape, she knew Louis would get it done. He was a good man, with a web of his own mistakes, but always on her side, even when it seemed he wasn't. She saw now the many times he asked after the girls, checking in on Elliot's college exams and bringing a new book for Allie to read. She'd written them off before as him trying to get on her good side. She hadn't considered he'd been actually interested in anything more than a professional relationship. How blind she'd been. Louis stopped them once more at the doorway out onto the helipad, the big black bird waiting to be their escape. "Ladies first, get in and strap in. We might not have time for any pre-flight checks." He released the magazine from his handgun, checking how many bullets he had left. The subtle twitch of his eyes told her the answer was not many. "That includes you," he said, noticing her observation. She nodded. Gods, she'd been really blind. She followed the girls out into the open air, crossing the wide, flat surface of the helipad, but she wasn't worried. Not with Louis at her back scanning the ship for anyone who dared to stop them. By the time she and the girls were clipping their seatbelts, Louis was already in the pilot's seat, flipping switches and powering up the rotors. Sophia went to look back at the ship one last time and found yet another gun pointed at her. "My apologies, Doctor, but there are samples in the lab that need your attention." The owner of said gun was a short man in his late 50s with aviator sunglasses that reflected Sophia's wide eyes back at herself. Louis spoke from beside her. "John, we are leaving. You can tell them I gave you the order to stand down." "With all due respect, sir, you are no longer in charge. You know, because you killed the first officer." "Well then, congratulations on your promotion," Louis said tightly. "If you'll excuse us, we'll be on our way." He clicked off the weapon's safety. "One of you stays or all of you stay. That's the best I can do. If I were you, I'd make my decision soon, before anyone else shows up." Meaning he was still on our side, but maybe one of the last ones. Sophia thought about Louis's gun with only a few bullets left. She thought of her girls so close to getting out of the web of lies and danger. She thought about the consequences of fighting it out, the time it would take. "I'll stay." "Sophia, no." Lewis looked like he was about to lift off regardless and take his chances. John's right. Someone needs to stay and smooth things over with Aaron. We don't have much time. But she unlatched the seatbelt and reached for the door. Get my girls out of here, Lewis. You'll know where to find me. Chapter 17. Lewis and the Girls. Lewis. Lewis flew hard west, away from the ship in Sofia, his heart shattering every second she wasn't in his sight. They wouldn't kill her. She was the only one with any hope of finding Yvette again, but her time on the ship wouldn't be easy. There would be quite a few people who wouldn't be happy they'd escaped, and she'd get the brunt end of those feelings. Soph's smart. She'll be okay. If he told himself enough, maybe he'd start to believe it. The ocean seemed endless and empty until finally he saw what he was looking for up ahead and leveled off the bird. Safe for the moment, it was time to face the girls. He held out the headset to Ellie and tapped his own, indicating that she should put them on. She looked pissed. Why did we leave her? She's staying back to help Yvette from that side, and she trusts us to help from the other. You understand? No. I thought she was coming with us. That was the plan. But plans change. She should be here with us. How are you going to keep her safe? The fact that Ellie saw him the same way he saw himself made his heart swell. His purpose had gone from lighthouse security to Sophia's security. Your mother can handle herself. She wanted me here. With you two. Well, I don't like that. Me either, kid. So what's the plan then? He pointed out at the endless blue water towards a small boat covered by a yellow canopy. See that? The thimble? He nodded. We can't keep this. It wasn't fueled, and it probably has 1,000,000 trackers on it. How is your ocean swimming? She looked at him for a long moment, trying to figure out what he was going to suggest. Good. I can swim. So can Allie. Okay. Good. He glanced back at the clouds gathering on the horizon. I'm going to fly low and drop you two first. We can't get too close, or the wind from the blades will push the boat, so you'll have to swim. She had to know it was coming, but the words triggered a wave of fear he'd seen many times over the years. You want us to jump out of the helicopter? We're not Marines, Lewis. At that, Allie leaned forward, pointing at her ear. She wanted in on the conversation, but there were only 2 headsets. It would be Elliot's job to tell her sister the plan and get her on board. I'll be low. It'll be just like jumping into a pool. Just make sure you get to the boat. There is a storm coming, and you two cannot still be in the water when it gets to you. Oh my God, really? Is there anything else? When he didn't reply, she sighed dramatically. I'm really beginning to regret this trip. He smiled and shrugged. It was never supposed to be a vacation. What are you going to do? Fly high and tie off the controls. Pray to God I can jump without breaking anything and swim like hell before the thing takes a nosedive. Now it was her turn to look back at the clouds on the horizon. And you'll get to the boat before the storm? He smirked. You worried about me? No. He reached back and rested a hand on her arm. Your mother is one of the bravest women I know. She raised you the same. You can do this. The retort came and went without being said. Instead, she just nodded her head and reached out expectantly for the headset so she could talk to Allie alone. Chapter 18. Jump. Elliot. Elliot Eldridge was not an athlete. She was a 24-year-old college student who liked sneaking out to parties and listening to music. She was not made to jump out of helicopters. And yet. Are you ready? Lewis called back, straining with the controls. You can't get any lower? The water was churning beneath with the force of air created by the giant spinning blades. Allie crawled out, carefully finding the rail with her foot, her fine hair whipping across her face as she turned her back to the inside. Wordlessly, she held out a shaking hand. Ellie took it and leaned in close to her sister's ear. "When did you get so brave?" Allie laughed, and the sound was ripped away in the wind. Ellie squeezed her sister's hand. She squeezed back. And then, they jumped. Allie's hand came out of Ellie's as soon as they hit the water. Cold. The cold stole the air from her lungs. She was tumbling, turning, blind. Surface. Get to the surface. Kick. 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 She reached above, but all there was water. Endless ocean. Where was the surface? Which way was up? Keep kicking. Find Allie. Kick. Kick. Finally, she broke the surface. Ellie! Allie was already above, reaching out across the waves, treading water as the helicopter lifted, circling once, to be sure Lewis saw them on the surface, before flying off wherever he planned to ditch the machine. The raging waves calmed as the helicopter got further away. "Are you okay?" she asked Allie. "Yeah. Cold." Her teeth chattered, either from the freezing water or the waning bravery. "Same. Let's get to that boat, yeah?" She swam a couple of paces, making sure Allie was following suit. Lewis couldn't drop them too close to the boat without the wind from the helicopter pushing it away, so they had to make the trek the rest of the way on their own. She paused, giving Allie time to catch her breath as they rode a swell, lifting them so Ellie could see the lifeboat. Gods, it looked so far. "You doing okay?" Allie nodded. She was even less of an athlete than Ellie. She swam in their aunt's pool and did well when their mom signed her up for lessons, but ocean swimming was a whole different skill. They set off again. Ellie kept her eye on the clouds. They towered high, beautiful against the setting sun but dangerous. If they didn't make it inside the boat before the storm reached them, best not to think about that. Allie must have thought the same thing. She didn't stop again. She churned through the water, one arm after another, until they reached the lifeboat. For a company that was run by rich people, the boat was more simple than Elliot expected. It was more like a glorified rowboat with a heavy orange tarp than the submarine-looking ones she'd seen on the side of cruise ships. "How do we get in?" Allie asked. She sounded out of breath, and Elliot could tell the swells were getting bigger. The storm was closer now, and the edges were beginning to affect the water. "The tarp is snapped on. If I lift you, do you think you can get in?" She didn't say what she meant. She was worried that Allie's strength was running out. "Yeah, I think so." "All right." She pulled her sister over, noting the cool color of her lips and her irritated eyes from the salt water, but didn't mention them. "Ready?" She nodded. Elliot grabbed Allie under the arms and lifted, temporarily dipping below the surface as she strained to keep Allie high enough for her to unsnap enough of the tarp to crawl inside. It took ages, or what felt like ages anyway. Her lungs burned as much as her arms. Much longer. And she... Suddenly, Allie lifted out of her arms, her foot catching Elliot's rib and then her shoulder as she began clambering up. Thank the gods. When she broke the surface and got a few lungfuls of air, Allie was waiting, leaning over the edge of the boat with an arm outstretched. "I hope you're not claustrophobic." Chapter 19. The Storm. Allie. They decided to leave the tarp unsnapped halfway, for Lewis. The boat didn't have much inside it. There was a first aid kit, a giant phone that looked like it belonged in the 80s, some things that looked like they came from a roadside fireworks stand, a hand crank lantern, 3 liters of water, and an empty box of power bars. "I can't believe someone ate the food already." "I'm okay with that." Allie's stomach was already rising and falling with the growing swells, more from anxiety than the dips. Each wave brought the storm closer, but the boat was still missing an occupant. "Do you think Lewis is okay?" Ellie paused a beat. probably contemplating their fate if he wasn't, and waved a hand as if swatting away reality. He's fine. That man would survive a nuclear blast. Do you think he and Mom? Ellie raised her eyebrows. I don't know. And I don't know if I want to know. Allie laughed at that, and it made her realize how raw her throat was. Would it be so bad? Dad might have some objections. It's been 10 years, Ellie. I know how long it's been. Then don't you think he would have come home by now if he could? Silence stretched. Allie barely remembered their father. He left shortly after her 4th birthday, but Elliot had been 10. She had a whole childhood full of happy memories with him, so it made sense that she held out more hope for him to return than was reasonable. The first few years had been rough on Ellie. She was there to hold their mother's hand while police reports were filed, and searches came back with no leads. And she had taken over the support role at home when their mom went back to work. She often grumbled about making dinner and helping Allie with her homework, but she never stopped. She's scared. Allie softened at the realization. Ellie, despite being a bit wild, always knew what she wanted out of life. She wanted the same untamed, free-spirited life that their father craved. Maybe she was afraid that she was destined to become the same. He better be dead, Elliot muttered. Or else, he's going to have to answer to me when I find him. She looked out at the storm, close now, and began biting at the skin of her lip. Lewis should be here by now, right? Allie stood to scan the water. I don't see him. Let me. A wave nearly knocked Elliot out of the boat. She tripped backward over one of the raised seats. Ellie. I'm fine. She pulled herself back upright, careful to brace against the next wave that rocked the side of the boat. It's getting rough out there. The storm is almost here. Where is Lewis? Something hard knocked against the side of the boat, followed by a loud curse. Ah, there he is. Ellie smoothed the worry from her face and went to lean over the side, offering Lewis a hand. What took you so long, old man? Allie made room as he clambered over the side of the boat, falling into nearly the exact same spot Ellie had just occupied. Ah! He winced when he made eye contact with her. Sorry? She shrugged. You think it's the first time I've heard the word All right, all right. Jesus Christ. He let his head fall back to rest against the boat as he took in gulps of air. Thunder rumbled. The phone! Lewis snapped up, climbing over the seat. Did you see a phone? Yeah, it's here. He took the phone from her and punched in several numbers. Come on. He looked back at the clouds. Come on, Nathaniel? He pressed the phone tighter to his ear. Nathaniel, it's Lewis. We're out. We jumped ship. I need a ride. Another pause. There's 3 of us. Me and Sophia's girls. No. It's complicated. Allie looked at Ellie. She wasn't too happy that Lewis let their mother stay behind, but was keeping quiet about it for the time being. Should be 2 days boat ride from the coast, but there's a storm that's liable to knock us around. Make sure. Nathaniel? Nathaniel? He hit a button and chucked the phone into the ocean. What the hell are you doing? Ellie nearly went over the side to watch it disappear beneath the waves. Best no one knows our exact position. Trust me, he has the technology to find us. He took in the skies one last time and pressed his palms into his eyes a moment before scratching his hands through his hair. Okay, Ellie, help me secure this tarp. Things are about to get intense. Chapter 20. The Rescue. Elliot. Lewis found some seasickness tablets in the first aid kit. And it was a good thing because Elliot was moments away from emptying her stomach every time another wave crashed into the side of the boat. They were huddled down on the floor in the lowest part of the boat between the 2 seats. Lewis had his feet braced against the far bench and had insisted that the 3 of them hook arms. She'd never admit it, but secretly, she was glad, because whatever Lewis held onto made him a decent anchor point. A particularly nasty wave broke and knocked the boat at the same time as lightning struck close enough to charge the air. Allie cried out, her brave face finally cracking. To be honest, Elliot wasn't too far off herself. "Did I ever tell you about the time I was hired to train a bunch of kids to do ocean rescues?" Lewis asked. They were 16-year-old assholes, thought they knew everything. Some kind of junior ROTC type kids. These were locals, so the ocean wasn't a big deal to them, but I took them out on a day their mommies and daddies would have avoided. The waves that day were almost as bad as these, and the boat was bouncing up and down, up and down, up and down. "This isn't helping, Lewis," he chuckled. "These boys are trying to act real tough, and I can see them getting greener and greener." The wind started tearing at the tarp, popping half a dozen snaps and sending a rush of water into the boat. But Lewis just kept on laughing about torturing those poor boys. I wasn't going to let them get into the water before one of them got sick, so I just kept driving around in circles, hitting every wave I could find. Finally, one of them broke. I can't remember which one was the first, but that first kid set off a chain reaction, and they all started puking their guts out. Another wave and a wall of water crashed over the boat, ripping the tarp the rest of the way off. Water poured into the boat from the rain and the waves. Ellie was holding on to Lewis for real now. Her fingers were probably digging holes in his arm, but he just smiled at her and continued on with his story. "I made them spend the entire day cleaning out that boat," he said, louder now so they could hear him over the wind. "They filled it halfway with water and bailed out every last chunk one bucket at a time." "The boat didn't sink?" Allie asked. "Hell no, that boat was pretty similar to this one. They're made to fill with water. They'll still float almost full." Another wave crashed over the side, and I realized what he was doing. "Don't you think making a bunch of kids puke is kind of a dick move?" "Nope. Those kids lived privileged lives, everybody coddling them and singing their praises. Someone needed to knock them down a few pegs." Now Allie laughed. "And that person was you?" "It was. I taught him other stuff eventually. I mean, if I didn't, I wouldn't have gotten paid. But that was the most important lesson. The ocean doesn't care how much money you have or what your last name is, man or woman, old or young. It only recognizes sheer will and bravery." The water was up to Allie's chest, and Ellie thought she heard a different sound carried on the wind, a rhythmic whump, whump, whump. "Do I hear what I think I hear?" "That crazy son of a bitch." Another wave sent the boat hurtling down a swell. "Hold on," Lewis ordered. The boat hit the solid wall of water, and I swore I heard wood crack. Our supplies were washed overboard, and Lewis released his death grip to pull her and Allie up off the floor. The water was too high to sit now. I realized how low we were sitting in the water as even the smaller waves splashed over the edges of the boat. "Lewis, don't get scared now. This is the fun part," he called as the helicopter appeared above them, replacing the wind of the waning storm with wind from the rotors. Lewis waved and shielded his eyes as a bright LED illuminated the area beneath the helicopter. Then, a man dropped out of nowhere and landed with a splash inside the boat like a superhero. "You need to slow your landings," Lewis called. "Your knees are going to blow out before you're 30. The new arrival wore some kind of tactical wetsuit with a vest and a harness, and his face was painted black, but she could see in the light that he had stunning green eyes, copper skin, and messy dark hair. He reached out and grabbed Lewis's arm, bringing a hand down on his shoulder. When he spoke, Ellie thought she could detect a southern accent. "Is that what you old-timers worry about? Knees? Shit. I'll just buy new ones." He didn't wait for Lewis to make a retort. "It's just me and Tony. I need you up first to help secure the girls. It's a bit windy up there." Yeah. Lewis took a look at both Allie and Ellie. "You see any puke in this boat, Nathaniel?" "No, sir." He gave the man a hard look. We'll be right behind you, he assured. He began to shrug off the harness when Lewis stopped him. Keep it. He unclipped the line from Nathaniel and used it to make a loop around his foot. Nathaniel shook his head but clicked a button on his vest, starting the line up and out of the boat. Show off, he muttered. Then he turned back to them. We don't have much time. This here is only a break in the storm, and this boat ain't gonna last. He was right. We were listing, more and more water splashing over the sides. Take Allie first, Elliot asserted. He tipped an invisible hat. Yes, ma'am. For a split second, as he stood in that water-filled boat and held her gaze, a whole hurricane could have swept her out to sea, and she wouldn't have minded. Mercy. She might have truly lost her senses if he kept looking at her, but thankfully, he then leaned down and whispered something to Allie that made her laugh. She didn't seem as scared as before, and she held on to his offered arm while she stepped into a harness similar to the one he wore. His instructions were relaxed and gentle, as if they had all the time in the world. With a thumbs up and a smile, he clipped her harness to his and reached up to secure them both to the returned line. Elliot mirrored the gesture and kept a smile on her face as they started up, despite more water spilling into the boat. The listing turned more into tipping, and the back end of the boat dipped under the black swirling water, pulling under and popping up the other end, knocking her off her feet and into the inky abyss. The wooden edge came down, hitting her back hard enough to knock the wind from her lungs. It made the world go blank, and then she was lost to the chaos of the sea. Something jabbed into her gut with force. Water and whatever might have still been in her stomach from the day before came up and out, forcing her consciousness and allowing air into her lungs again, which she took advantage of greedily. There you are, came a voice right behind her ear. Nathaniel? Most of the time when ladies gasp my name like that, it's under better circumstances. She nearly choked again. You all right? He was treading water for the both of them, arms still tight around her waist to keep her from sinking again. I think so. My back. The boat hit it. There was a long silence behind her while he peeled back the collar of her shirt and looked. You might need a few stitches. Oh, yay. He very deftly maneuvered her body around so that they were facing each other and wrapped her legs around his waist as the cable began to retract. Wait, don't I need a harness? Nah, I got you. Just hold on tight. Chapter 21. What are you to me? I woke up to soft morning sunlight and a familiar smoky iron taste on my tongue, a cool, wet towel pressing gently against my forehead. Easy. It's okay, Yvette. You're safe now. Tachi. Voss. He was sitting on the edge of the bed I was lying in, back looking like a perfectly handsome human man. In fact, he'd changed from street clothes to a worn t-shirt and lounge pants, and for some reason, seeing him relaxed made my heart stutter. He blushed as if he knew what I was thinking. It's been a minute since you looked at me like that. Even the way he spoke seemed easier. Wherever we were, he felt safe there. I looked around for the first time. The room had dark painted walls but floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over a city and the ocean beyond. Across from the bed was an inlaid glass box filled with smooth stones that stretched along the wall, broken only by a doorway that led into a bright and open living area. Where are we? Voss smiled. Home. Well, one of them. You brought me to your home? He laughed, and it struck me how natural it sounded. Your home, he corrected. An image flashed of late evenings sitting at a small dining room table with Voss, eating takeout while the city lights glittered below. It wasn't a memory, but a wish for normalcy. You mean our home? Pieces of my recent memories surfaced. I remembered crashing through a dark living room, clawing at him, and knocking us both over a couch. I remembered those glittering city lights and hard muscle beneath my hands, the taste of his blood, but also the salty flavor of his skin as I licked his wounds. Ah, you remember last night? He combed a hand through his hair and looked askance, sheepish in a way that I didn't expect. It got a little out of my control. What did I do? You were very hungry, and it, has been a while since you fed from me, like that. Oh my God. I covered my face with my hands. He laughed again, and I couldn't help but smile despite my face surely being 5 shades of red behind my hands. I promise it'll be less embarrassing when you get all your memories back. Well, for you, I guess. I lowered my hands enough to peek over my fingers. Do we? He took a long breath. It's complicated. The human concept of love and friendship doesn't apply. We are eternal. I am a part of you. As your guardian. You don't have to lie, Voss. I saw flashes of my memory when they started drilling into my bones. I saw the day I was injured and tried to send you away. I know what I felt then. Was it love? Was it? He felt like a part of me even though I didn't even know him at the time. I cared deeply that he was safe. And there was that soul-crushing repulsion of the thought of his decay. Was that love? I found him attractive, but that alone doesn't equal love. I couldn't remember, but I had the distant feeling that I would be lost if I could never touch him again. Was that love? I don't know, I finally answered. He shrugged. You never have. He rested a hand on my knee. I do not hold that against you, Yvette. What is love for a 21-year-old college girl? A 500-year-old vampire? A 2,000-year-old immortal? You ask me what I am to you. I am your friend, your lover, your family. I am your tether to humanity, to reality. I am your servant, your votary, your blood bag. I am whatever you need me to be when you need me to be it. He smiled softly. I actually seem to have the uncanny ability to know exactly what you need. So what do I need now? He stood for a moment and then began climbing into the bed with me. My heart nearly short-circuited. He made a show of getting comfortable, fluffing the pillow and pulling the blanket over both of our legs, and then wrapped an arm around my waist and pulled me back against his chest. His voice came like a quiet melody in my ear. Relax, Yvette. Rest. I'm here. Nothing can hurt you now. Oh God, he was right. My eyes filled with tears and I let them fall while he held me. How many years had I been alone in that tomb and then 2 years being poked and prodded? Staying at the Eldridges had helped, but I was never safe. No one ever held me. He did know what I needed. And if he was right about that, what if he was right about everything else? Chapter 22. Waffles and Worship. I laid in the cocoon of blankets and Voss's arms for so long that I fell asleep again and didn't wake until the sun was dipping past the horizon. Splashes of deep pinks and purples painted the ceiling. Voss spoke, his voice thick from sleep himself. Why don't you take a shower? I'll make something for us to eat. Is this another of those knowing what I need things, or are you trying to tell me that I stink? On cue, my stomach rumbled. Does that answer your question? I waited until he untangled himself and left the room before slowly making my way out of the bed. Despite doing whatever I did to Voss the night before, my bones still ached, and my muscles felt like I had just run a marathon. The bathroom adjacent to the bedroom and the huge walk-in shower were a welcome sight. Beside it, a large, deep tub caught my eye, and some forgotten part of me longed for it. How long had it been since I had a proper bath? I closed my eyes and tried to remember. Water, warmth, comfort, company. I stopped trying to remember and decided to take a cold shower instead. When I emerged, Voss had 2 plates set out on the white marble island and turned to slide an omelet from a skillet onto the plate as I took my seat. "Do you like to cook?" I asked. He shrugged, smiling as he set the skillet aside and picked up a second one, folding over the other omelet onto his plate. "I like to eat," he clarified. "I've picked up a few tips along the way, but I'd still much rather go to a good street vendor." "Like crepes in Paris?" I took the fork he dug out of a drawer and poured myself a glass of orange juice from a carafe. Paris, Italy, Turkey. He closed his eyes as if he could taste them in his memories. "There is a particular place in Saclacant that I think you'd love." "So that's what you do while I sleep? Travel the world eating?" "I find ways to fill the time." He took the seat next to me and gestured at my omelet. I took a bite, and the flavors and textures were amazing. Spicy yet savory. Light but still substantial. "Oh, this is delicious." He grinned, sketching a fake bow. We ate for a while in comfortable silence until Voss leaned an arm on the edge of the counter and asked, "How are you feeling?" I patted my stomach. "Full." "No weakness or fatigue?" "No. I'm still a little sore from my bones being drilled into, but otherwise, right as rain." "Why?" "I've been thinking. There might be something we can do to help you remember things. We've done it before. Not often, but it's..." He stopped himself and rested his face in his hand, chuckling. "I don't know why this is so awkward now. Do you remember when you asked me what I was to you this morning, and one of the things I mentioned was being your tether?" I nodded. "You said you were my tether to humanity, reality." He nodded. "You are old, Yvette. Impossibly old. Living that long takes a toll on your soul. Witnessing the cycle of mortal life and death, seeing the suffering and triumph only to fall back into the same old patterns that they fought so hard to escape in the first place. It makes you numb to the good in the world. You see the forest? I'll show you the trees." Well, without my memory, I seem to be the exact opposite. I can't even see a tree because I'm staring too closely at an ant on the bark. "Am I the ant?" he asked, raising an amused eyebrow. "You're not the ant." He grinned at that, and once again I marveled at how different he was when we were alone, when he knew I was safe. "As much as I enjoy the thought of being the only thing you can focus on, I don't care for you to be distressed, and this is the longest you've ever been without remembering after you wake. I'm concerned." "Do you have a history of being overly concerned when it comes to me?" He laughed. "I suppose it comes with the territory. But this, I don't know. This time feels different. It felt different when you went to sleep." That didn't sound good. "I think using the bond might work to trigger something, if I concentrate on the right thoughts." When it was clear that I wasn't following, he went on to explain. "When you sleep, I go and experience the best of humanity. Music, food, art. I help villages rebuild after floods and volunteer with groups that look after the needy. I play my guitar for the people who feed pigeons in the park and find groups feeding and housing lost and abandoned creatures. I try to live my life to the fullest, so I can sit and watch sunsets and commit it all to memory. And when you start to get jaded, I can remind you why you fight, why you keep on living. Now, instead of doing that, maybe I can show you who you are, how I see you instead of humanity." "Huh, how would you do that?" "By feeding from you." I don't know why I didn't think of it before. I fed from him. Surely he would need to feed at some point too. But I also knew how it felt to feed from him, like power and intimacy, like I could take what I wanted, and he would give it to me. Was it the same for him? My face must have conveyed my thoughts well enough. "It's not the same," he answered. "Feeding isn't a requirement for me, so when I do, it's an act of connecting to a higher being. It's Worship. Oh, my mouth went dry. I have no desire to trick you, Yvette. You are safe with me no matter what you choose. There are things in our past, your past, that can't be expressed in words. Maybe this way, you can remember. I want to remember. He smiled and stood, offering me his hand. Then come, there is something I wish to show you. Chapter 23. Take me to the stars. My heart thumped in my chest as Voss led me to a door behind the kitchen. Inside was a stairway lit by dim white lights at the base of each stair that led upward. Despite the lights, the dark, enclosed space made me too nervous to stay quiet. I could almost feel the walls of the tomb as I followed. Voss, sensing my unease, grabbed my hand, offering me a small smile of reassurance. He continued up the stairs, and I followed, my feet moving almost independently from my thoughts. Did you know I'd say yes to this feeding? Is that why you made me protein and orange juice at almost midnight? Maybe. He paused at the top of the stairs. You know, if this somehow miraculously fixes everything and you wake up for good, this trait of calling me out on my bullshit might be one I don't mind sticking around. That in itself almost made me completely forget about the stairway altogether. I swallowed once, then cleared my throat. What did you want to show me? He opened the door, and a rush of warm night air seemed to supernaturally pull me up the last few steps and into an oasis under the stars. You've been asleep for 40 years. The world has gotten a lot louder and brighter since then. I thought you might like a place to look at the stars. The rooftop garden was like an island of peace and quiet, existing in a world separate from the busy streets below us. Thick trees and greenery blocked out the city on 3 sides of the rooftop refuge, and on the other, flickering candle-like lights lined the far edges of a pool that seemed to disappear over the edge into the night, gilding the dark, glassy surface with dancing areas of warmth. I walked the length of the roof in awe. Voss followed behind me, content to let me take in my surroundings without interruption. I stopped where a lounge chair faced outward toward the sound of the ocean. The chair had been angled perfectly so that I could see every bright light in the sky above. Words were hard to find, but I did eventually find them. You bought a penthouse condo with a private rooftop because you thought I might need to look at some stars? He slid his hands into his pockets. I bought the building because I thought you might need to look at the stars. I sat, quite suddenly. Luckily, the chair was behind me. If it makes you feel any better, our company only saves 10% of our profits to reinvest. The rest goes to charity. I opened my mouth and then closed it again without any words coming out. Our company? He answered my unasked question. Can't very well buy an entire high-rise under your name when we're trying to keep a low profile after all. Somehow, I knew, but I had to ask anyway. What is the company's name? He knelt down between my knees and took my trembling hands, then slowly held up 2 fingers in the shape of a V. The same V I saw on billboards and bus stations. A company so old and established that it could strive despite its philanthropy over profit ideals. I was 2,000 years old, was soul-linked to a stunningly handsome musician with huge, beautiful wings and the cooking skills of a professional chef. I owned one of the largest companies in the world, and the only family that I knew was part of an organization that wanted to harvest my DNA. Unbidden, the sound of those drills echoed in the darkness of a stone tomb. Veta, are you okay? Darkness fuzzed the edges of my vision, and my body suddenly felt strange and heavy. Veta? Chapter 24. I want to remember. Veta. I opened my eyes. Voss had laid me back in the chair and was half turned, Dark, membranous wings spread out behind him, and two sharp fangs were visible past his parted lips, while he leaned over me, a knee planted between my legs on the chair. His hand was cold against my cheek and then my forehead. I knew this would be too much at once. Maybe we should wait to... I grabbed his wrist as he went to move away. No. I noticed then the ring of gold inside his hazel eyes, how it splintered through the shadows of his irises when he took a deep, shuddering breath. Have mercy. He was... A fang poked into my lip. Ow! It was mine. I'd bitten my own lip. Voss's grin stretched across his face. Careful with those. I brought a finger up to my mouth. Sure enough, it came away bloody. I chuckled. These things are dangerous. Each one of my senses seemed to sharpen. I could hear the distant sound of the ocean, feel the slight change in temperature of his skin, taste the citrusy iron flavor of my blood. I nodded. He leaned forward once more and pressed his lips against my forehead before tucking his wings in close to his body and standing up, leaving me alone on the chair. I tracked him like prey while he moved to sit on the ground beside me. Good idea. Before anything even happened, I could sense his smile in the darkness. He took my arm and pressed his lips to the racing pulse on the underside of my wrist. This will only hurt a moment. I swallowed and nodded, turning my gaze up to the bright, vivid stars above. Then he bit. Two twin bursts of pain cut through my skin, making me flinch. But a heartbeat later, the pain faded into something different, an aching warmth as he began drawing blood from the wound. Every muscle in my body was tense and relaxed, and I focused on the bright points of light in the sky. The sounds of the city and the ocean faded, replaced by Voss's haunting melody. Loneliness. That's why it seemed so familiar. It was his loneliness. The music drifted in and out of the stars, the only other thing that never died in this world, and my soul, my essence, floated up to drift along with the refrain as it changed into something more than music. It was brushstrokes and color, laying a path for me to follow, building in brightness and hope as we ascended further into the sky. The beat of the music was like a partner in a dance. Up in the sky, there were no human concepts of life and death or family, no honor, no bravery, and yet, the tempo of the strumming changed until my heart cracked open and the darkness of the night sky split. Chapter 25. Beauty and Light. I saw a group of Spanish soldiers, Voss among them, standing out with his traditional hakama on the shores of the South American village when a large creature, twice the height of any man, came crawling out of the water. Its teeth were sharp and long as knives, and it made that hissing noise that raised the hairs all over your body. Voss drew his sword in a well-practiced fluid motion and stepped forward to challenge the beast, while the others, who wore plate armor and helmets, turned and ran. I could see the flicker of despair and anger as he realized he was alone, as he realized that several of the men in the village had also decided to run, leaving women and children to huddle behind walls and boats, desperate for someone to save them. They were praying. He was praying. Not to the Catholic God or even any Eastern gods. He prayed to the earth, wherever that creature had come from, to take it back and spare the innocent people of the village. People I could feel he'd grown to care for. I could feel my unease. He was one of them. The mortals with the blood compatible with mine, a guardian. I could feel his thoughts as if he were screaming, and his fear was like a dagger piercing my soul. The monster began to destroy docks and boats, the livelihoods of generations. A child screamed in terror, and Voss stopped praying, cleared his mind, and stepped forward to meet the monster. He was prepared to die. The fight was brutal. The creature, like the monsters I knew, was no match with mortals, even skilled ones with way more bravery and honor than sense. He got a couple of good cuts in before the creature swiped its clawed hand, breaking the warrior's arm and sending him across the beach. And still, he did not want to give up. He prayed for the strength to defeat the creature that he'd never seen before. That terrified him. Enough. The creature roared and opened its mouth, seconds away from devouring, when an arrow struck the beast in the shoulder. I saw myself through Voss's eyes, a woman appearing from behind the tall grass. I was wearing a dirty tunic dress. Blood ran down my arms and legs as I retrieved an arrow from a quiver behind my back and drug the tip along my leg before notching and releasing it toward the creature. Deadly efficient, my red eyes reflected in the evening sun as I bared my fangs back at the beast. He didn't fear me. He thought I was beautiful. More proof of what he was. An idiot. Cursed. Someone I had no business being near. And yet, I was drawn to save him and his villagers. Maybe I was just as idiotic as he. Doomed to repeat that which scared me the most. Even as I bled and fought the beast, he tried to gather his sword to help. He stood on shaking legs, and I was thrown into the sand at his feet. It was as if fate was mocking me. His face was unmasked, and worry lined his handsome features. The same worry I saw in another's face, before it turned to bitterness and determination to end my life. "Take your people to safety," I spoke in the language of his mind to be sure he listened. "Go and never return to this place. Never look in my eyes again." The melody swirled through the narrative, repeating its refrain of beauty, bravery, and honor. Loneliness and regret, but also triumph and strength and wonder. It was no longer a song of memory, but it was a song of thanksgiving and praise. It filled every crack in my soul and fused my broken and fearful heart to make it whole. The song rose into a crescendo, breaking like waves across my skin and sinking deep into my muscles and bones. The fear I held that I was a monster, just like the ones I fought, broke. I broke. I don't know how long I stayed there, trying to catch my breath while Voss languidly licked the bite marks on my wrist. He folded his arms and rested his head on the edge of the chair, his eyes now churning currents of brown and gold as he gazed up at me. "Did it work? Do you remember?" he asked quietly. I think you successfully conveyed what you think of me." "Did it scare you?" "Yes. It terrified me. It might have always terrified me. I didn't tell him that, though. Instead, I used what little strength I had left in my muscles to lift my hand and brush my fingers through his hair. "Nothing you feel could ever scare me, Tachi." He closed his eyes and smiled. "Liar. You've always been such a liar." Chapter 26. The Train at Malton Station. "Veta, here." Voss threw the chakrams, one after the other, up to where I perched on a roof at Malton Station. The train whistle indicated that it would arrive at the platform soon, and one of them was waiting to cause confusion and havoc. I slid the circular notched blades across my bare thighs and let them loose toward the monster. They went wide, one nicking the beast's neck, and the other lodging halfway into the wood wall of a utility shed. It was happening more often than not these days. I reached behind my back, where I kept my axe, and cut into my palm, flipping the handle to coat both blades thoroughly. This was another of the creatures that looked human, unlike the ancient ones that were born from whatever hell I came from. I had no desire to prolong the fight. Killing things that looked like the people I was supposed to be protecting made me uneasy. I leaped and landed on the creature's shoulders. Hooking my legs under its arms, I took the axe handle in both hands and swung down deep into its ribs. It howled into the night, and then hardened and shattered, sending me sprawling across the platform and down onto the tracks. No worries. Time enough to jump up and meet Voss on the other side in the shadows, where he was no doubt retrieving my wayward chakrams before the light from the train hit the station. I went to make the jump, but a wave of dizziness came over me, and instead of gracefully leaping into the safety of the shadows, I fell backward on my ass. The train and its light getting ever closer. In 10 seconds, the conductor would see me. In 12 seconds, he'd hit me. Would that kill me? I wondered. I'd been drowned, burned, crushed, and cut to ribbons more times than I could count. Every time, I came back to myself surrounded by dead humans. What would happen to Voss if I died? 5 seconds. I should try again. I had time. 3 seconds. A breath of warm air expelled across my cheek. Second time this week, Veta. I didn't have time to respond. He grabbed me around my waist and shot into the night. I woke with a jolt, and for a moment, I thought I was back in the tomb before my mind cleared. I was in Voss's arms again, but we were not in the bedroom as before. Instead, he had crawled onto the lounge chair with me, and the darkness was a wing encasing us like a blanket. I fit into the cradle of his hips, my back flush against his chest and my knees bent over his. This time, the arm that wasn't being used as a pillow wrapped tightly around my waist. His fingers spread wide over the bare skin around my waist under my shirt. It seemed so natural, like we were made to fit together. The morning sunlight made a warm color cast with its attempt to filter through the thick, membranous skin. Beautiful and fascinating, I reached out and ran a finger along the hard, silky surface. Voss shivered in response, surprising me. That's very sensitive. Oh, I'm sorry. I jerked my hand back. Don't be. He pulled me back tighter against his chest, in an act so casually possessive that I wondered if he hadn't assumed I had remembered everything after all. Either way, I couldn't honestly say I minded. You were flinching before you woke. Were you dreaming? With effort, I turned around to face him. Have I ever tried to kill myself? Chapter 27. No More Secrets. He looked at me for a long time before taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. If you ever get all your memories back, you're going to be very mad that you're telling me all your secrets. Maybe I didn't want you to worry. He laughed. More likely, you didn't want me watching you any closer. I was beginning to see that the immortal Yvette seemed to keep a lot of things to herself. For better or for worse, maybe with the loss of my memory, I also lost the lessons she learned that made her feel like sharing wasn't an option. I dreamt about a creature we fought in Britain at a train station. I had trouble aiming those circular knife things and got dizzy when I tried to leave the tracks. I seemed like a whole different person, frustrated, angry. I was going to let the train hit me. His hand, which he had begun to smooth up and down my back, never faltered despite my admission. That was shortly before it was time for you to sleep. You tend to weaken and fight the transition, he told me. This last time lasted a while, maybe longer even than I thought. Do you think that might be why I haven't fully woken up yet? I don't know. A thought occurred to me, and for a moment I almost kept it to myself like the old me would have preferred. But then, I figured, what use was keeping my fears to myself when someone else was willing to share the burden? What if this is just what the end of my life cycle looks like? His hand stopped and then started back up again. What if it's just a natural reset? 2,000 years is a lot to carry, and as far as I know, you don't reproduce. So maybe this was always supposed to happen. I don't reproduce? A gentleness settled into his features under the warm protection of his wing. You just are and always will be. Oh, I hadn't really thought about children, but having the option taken away seemed like a loss nonetheless. Are we sure? You don't menstruate. After 400 years, if it was going to happen the old-fashioned way, it would have happened, he remarked, skillfully schooling away any disappointment he might share about the reality, the knowledge that came with that information, that theoretically, The two of us had been regularly intimate without protection for 400 years, didn't bring fear or relief. It just was. Like me, apparently. Voss tipped his head down so that his forehead leaned against mine. Whether this be the end or a new beginning, you will not face it alone, Veta. That, I can promise you. I like it when you call me Veta, I whispered. Well, that'll be another first. His laugh came as just a breath that tickled my lips. I wanted to stretch up and kiss him, for his gentleness and patience, his love and steadfast loyalty. But the moment was missed when he asked, "Shall we see what the day has in store, or do you want to rest a bit longer?" He wanted me to decide. There was no pressure one way or the other, but I could not hide under his protection forever. At some point, I needed to learn the things I had forgotten. Let's face the day. His wing lifted, folding back to let in the morning light. For a moment, I wondered if the night before had been a dream, but the glassy surface of the pool and the rustle of the greenery in the breeze were proof. I couldn't pretend to be an eldritch forever. I was Yvette, eternal, and I had a job to do. Chapter 28. A Few Stitches. Elliot. Again, no one bothered to give Elliot or her sister a headset, so they flew through the night into a future that was just as dark and unknown as the inky sky around them. The biting cold seeped through her clothes, and the throbbing pain in her back was beginning to pierce through the fog of adrenaline and terror. The acrid smell of fuel and sweat filled her nostrils, but she had to push it all down a little while longer so Allie wouldn't see her discomfort. If that was all Elliot could give, then she'd give it with gritted teeth. Nathaniel sat opposite her in the co-pilot seat, the edges of his chiseled face illuminated by the soft green glow of the instrument panel as he appeared to be arguing with Lewis. His deep voice carried over the rhythmic whir of the helicopter blades. She liked him. Anyone who was brave enough to give Lewis a hard time already pulled ahead of most people, and it didn't hurt that, from what she could tell in the dim light, he was very cute, with tousled hair that seemed to beg for her fingers to run through it. He glanced back at her and smiled, his teeth a flash of white in the darkness. Are they talking about me? Was he smiling like that because he was thinking about me? Or had he seen me staring? For some totally unknowable reason, her heart dipped into her stomach at the thought, a flutter of butterflies awakening despite the pain. The helicopter began its descent in the dark. Harsh light suddenly illuminated the four of them, making Elliot squint and automatically reach for Allie's clammy hand. But Nathaniel had already jumped out of his seat with a graceful movement and was reaching in to help them out, his strong arms extended. Nathan, Gio is not going to be pleased when he sees his poppies destroyed. A woman's voice cut through the dying whine of the helicopter blades. He reached for Elliot's arm and graciously let her lean on him when the strength in her legs began to give out, his body warm and solid against hers. Don't be so sure. He complains about them every chance he gets. Now he'll have an excuse to get the orange ones like he wanted in the first place. The woman looked to be about 50 but already had more gray in her pinned back hair than not. She gave Nathaniel a stern look in the harsh light, her lips pursed. I suppose you're staying? A few nights, he answered, his voice a soothing rumble against Elliot's side. My friends here need to regroup. She sighed, the sound almost lost in the gentle rush of waves in the distance. I'll prepare the guest rooms. We'll be in the blue suite. Can you bring me the first aid kit? She needs stitches. Should I get Marlin? No, not for this. I want to see to this one personally. His fingers tightened slightly on Elliot's arm, sending a shiver down her spine that had nothing to do with the cold. Elliot looked up at him, and the world pitched off of its axis, her vision swimming with exhaustion and pain. Sooner, rather than later, if you don't mind, he told the woman named Laura while scooping her up into his arms. The pain in her back radiated from her shoulders, and she couldn't help but cry out, the sound raw in her throat. I know. I'm sorry. Rest your head on my chest. I won't drop ya. His voice was gentle, breath warm against her ear. It was only when he stepped out of the security lights that she saw they'd landed in the backyard of an oceanfront estate. A long white stone terrace stretched before them, illuminated by the warm golden glow spilling from a few windows. The salty sea air filled her lungs, mingling with the earthy scent of crushed flowers and Nathaniel's subtle cologne. Dang, how rich was this guy? The thought floated through her mind as she nestled closer to his chest, letting the steady rhythm of his heartbeat lull her into a daze. Chapter 29. Loyalties. Elliot. She'd never had stitches before, but Elliot was fairly certain getting skewered with a needle wasn't conducive to stoking the fires of romance with hot, rich guys. But that wouldn't stop her from trying. "How did you become a hero?" Elliot asked, face half smashed into a pillow. Nathaniel, being a perfect gentleman, had helped Elliot shower and change into a pair of pajama pants and a loose shirt, without so much as one peek at her assets. Honestly, it was a little disappointing, but she hardly had the energy to stand up for more than 2 seconds, let alone do any serious flirting, so she was grateful for the discretion. "I wouldn't exactly call myself a hero," he replied, pulling on a pair of latex gloves with a snap. "More like, I was just born into the right family." "Is it rude to ask how they made their money?" He carefully picked up a needle and threaded it with a length of suturing thread. "The public answer is that my great-great-great-grandmother made a series of very wise investments." "And the non-public answer?" He rested a hand on her bare skin, warm and rough from years of hard work. He definitely wasn't some soft, rich boy who never lifted a finger. His voice was more than a little teasing when he leaned down and said, "The truth I only tell to good girls. Are you a good girl?" All the blood in her veins flushed. Damn. "What did you just—" She went to turn her head, and he pressed the needle through her skin. "Ow. Are you loyal to Yvette?" he asked, pulling the thread and pressing the needle through again. "Would you die for her?" "Is that what's happening now? Geez. I always thought pain play came with candles and blindfolds." He laughed. "Believe it or not, I am trying to be gentle." She took a breath. It was a test. Obviously, whatever Nathaniel and Lewis had recruited her mother into was something serious. Serious enough to risk their lives over. Allie may not be old enough to know the full truth and make a commitment, but she was. "I've seen what Yvette can do. I didn't forget the monsters after they turned to dust. I will take her secrets to my grave." You want to hook me up to a lie detector?" He chuckled. "My great-great-great-grandmother was one of the gifted women our family seeks to protect. She had the gift of knowledge and used it to make some very deliberate investments. Our family's been wealthy ever since. That money allows me an adventurous spirit, and we use our fortune to help other gifted women whenever we can." Elliot pressed her face into the pillow, trying to focus on his slight southern accent as he continued to stitch. "Lewis was hired to train us in soldiering. He joined Lighthouse as a mole and met Sophia, an intern at the time, and brought her in when it was clear she felt Lighthouse had the wrong methods of research. I didn't know they'd known each other for that long. How long have you known about these gifted women?" "They're not just gifted," he continued, his voice taking on a reverent tone. "They're gods." "Gods?" she repeated, trying not to wince as he pulled the thread tight. Nathaniel nodded. "There was an ancient religion, long forgotten." "Like Garden of Eden type stuff?" He took a deep breath. "This is going to sound crazy, but think about what you've seen. Yvette? She's from a different time. Maybe even a different place altogether. If it wouldn't have hurt like hell, she would have turned around." You think she's from another planet? I think the things we know are a grain of sand. My grandmother used to say that what our science says was the dawn of humanity was just the dawn of the modern age. Her grandmother used to tell her that there was another time before when magic was as common as being born with blue eyes, and before that was the time of the goddess. Each of these eras were lost to each other. I think there is a reason the monsters that exist are so hard for the people of this time to acknowledge. It's the same reason Lighthouse wants Yvette as badly as they do. I think she comes from one of the other eras. That would make her impossibly old. Yeah, like mind-numbingly old. What about you? She asked, her heart racing as he leaned closer to finish the last stitch. What's your gift? He grinned, the dimples in his cheeks making her heart flutter. I'm just a regular guy, I'm afraid. No gifts here. Really? Don't sell yourself short, she teased, voice now barely above a whisper. You've got a gift for making a girl feel at ease when she's getting stabbed with a needle over and over. Nathaniel chuckled, his eyes never leaving his task. Well, I suppose I can't argue with that. He snipped the thread and carefully applied a bandage to the wound. She thought he might have let his fingers brush against her skin a little longer than was necessary, and when he spoke again, his voice seemed to smooth into soft velvet. There, all done. The air in the room was heavy, and the words were unspoken. At any other time, they wouldn't have even made it to the shower. She would have torn at his clothes and jumped him before as soon as they were alone. Now, even moving to watch him over her shoulder hurt. This has got to be some kind of karma. Get some rest, he told her. I'd like to tell you that you'll feel better in the morning, but more than likely, you're going to be sore as hell. Thanks, Nathan. Fatigue was already pulling her down into its depths. A day of rest. Some food. Then they'd go back for her mother. Chapter 30. The Secret Office. The apartment was bigger than I originally thought. On the other side of the living area, there was a modest office with a solid desk and a wall of shelves that showcased various pieces of art, including a set of encyclopedias and a few classic works of fiction. Voss was leaning against the desk, eating an apple, while I looked over each of the items he'd chosen. Is our company in here? I reached for the V encyclopedia and the book only pulled halfway out. Instead, the window coverings began to lower. What? Are these booby-trapped? Must be where you keep your secrets. He grinned, and leaning forward, he pressed a button on the desk. Not mine. Yours. The encyclopedia pulled back into its spot, and the entire wall began to slide down into the floor, revealing a wall of weapons. Swords. Knives. The chakrams I'd seen in that memory, along with a double-bladed axe. There was something about that axe, like it was radiating deep, old emotions. I closed my eyes, but my fingers still found their way to the handle. It was heavier than I expected, and my grip instantly tightened around it. I felt our history beneath my fingers, pulsing through my veins like fire. It felt alive in my hands, like it was an extension of myself, rather than an object, almost as if it knew me and trusted me to wield it with deadly precision. Too long. It had been too long since I slept. The monsters were eating without consequence, and the axe was ready to lessen their numbers. So was I. It was an itch I hadn't really scratched, since I went to sleep, and the thought of cutting through a few hundred of those things made me sick and kind of giddy. It was wrong to feel that way. Sophia taught the girls and I kindness in all things, but sometimes kindness included death. A lot of death. When I looked up at Voss, he was standing with his arms crossed over his chest, the faintest hint of some carefully held emotion visible in his expression. What do you remember? He asked gently. Rage. The emotion was as heavy as the weapon. The wood was wrapped in soft leather, but the rough edges made it clear that it wasn't original. These wrappings are fresh. They'll give me blisters. He smiled. I always rewrap it when you sleep. You've enjoyed breaking it in when you wake in the past. I closed my eyes, trying to remember the last time. I could almost feel the pain in my hands, the taste of Voss's blood, and the warmth of his lips against my skin, the actual memory of which still slipped through my mind as if my body was begging for me to make new ones. One thing was certain. I was ready to admit that I wasn't a normal human college girl like Elliot. The things I saw and felt in the last few days were finally settling in my soul as truth, and now it was up to me to choose what to make of my life. I had no doubt that if I wanted, Voss would take me somewhere quiet, and we could live a normal life away from the danger and responsibility of monster hunting. But, in the end, I knew I wouldn't be satisfied. I needed the fight. I needed to balance the scales. I twisted the handle in my hand, balance and movement memorized in muscle instead of mind. It felt good, familiar. Is there a place I can practice? When I looked up, Voss was looking at me with fire in his eyes. I thought you'd never ask. Chapter 31. Longing. The whole floor below the apartment was set up as a training space. On one wall, there was a line of workout equipment, weights and sticks, treadmills, and other things that I didn't even recognize. On the other side was an open locker area with workout clothing and shelves to store your belongings next to a huge multi-head glass shower. Between the two was a large padded open area. Whoa. Voss chuckled. Yeah, I may have gone a little overboard. Oh, he definitely did, but part of me liked this more than the rooftop pool. I was guessing that was the part I couldn't remember. I think I like it. He hid his smile by reaching for the hem of his shirt and pulling it over his head. The muscles in his back rolled and shifted with the movement. He froze when I ran my hand over the two long parallel marks on his back. Where do your wings go when you're not using them? There are many things about my physiology that remain mysteries to me. Does it hurt? No. He turned and snatched my wrist just as I was about to touch him again. I don't recommend you keep doing that. At my confused expression, he took a deep breath. Your blood is still flowing through my veins. It calls to you. I can feel the things you feel, and right now, you are feeling awfully curious about more than just my wings. Heat rushed up into my cheeks, and I pulled my hand back. You can tell that? That's an invasion of privacy, don't you think? I should have warned you, I'm sorry. The corners of his mouth lifted. Come, you can change over here, he offered, gesturing toward the clothes. Maybe we can both burn off some of our excess energy. He strategically left for an area I couldn't see while I got undressed and pulled the sports bra and leggings off of the hangers. They fit me perfectly. I wondered just how long it would take to memorize someone's body enough to be able to buy them clothes so tight without any gaps or alterations. 100 years? 2? The whole 400? And it wasn't just the clothes. He knew that noise bothered me. He knew I needed a place to retreat that was wide open and safe. As I walked across the room to the display of training weapons, it struck me that he even knew what items I might want to train with. I got you a bottle of water if you... He stopped at the edge of that mat, his eyes, now with a hunger of their own, making a slow track across my exposed skin and tight clothes. Gods, I love fashion these days. Couldn't say I disagreed. He had never found a shirt, and he'd donned a pair of shorts that, despite their loose fit, still showed off his toned thighs. Distraction, he said, almost as if reminding himself as much as me. That's what we need. A distraction. Chapter 32. Memory in Violence and Love. We were in big trouble. Trouble I wasn't entirely sure I wanted to be out of. Voss retrieved a long wooden stick from the display and handed it to me, lingering when our hands touched on the wooden shaft before shaking his head and grabbing one for himself as well. "It'll be good to test your muscle memory," he said, ignoring the sparks igniting between us. "You used to enjoy beating my ass. Let's see if you can still do it." I swallowed and took the stick, fighting the smile that pulled at my lips. Again, I'm getting the feeling I wasn't a good person before. He laughed. I didn't say that I didn't also enjoy it. You two had a very odd dynamic. He tapped my stick with his. Don't separate yourself from your memories. You can be whatever evolution of yourself you are, but your past, our past, was real and a part of you. Now, let's see if you remember all the lessons I taught you. You taught me? I walked to one side of the mat and twisted the staff, spinning it along my wrist. 1,000 years of muscle memory was an amazing thing. Even without my memory, I know that is a lie. He set his stance with a similar flourish. There are always things to learn. He came forward, and I stood my ground, purposefully waiting for his staff to come to a halt half an inch from my face. So there is. Then I knocked his staff away and hit him across the chest before he could bring it back up to block. "Oh, so it's going to be like that?" "Hmm?" He swung again, this time with violence. I blocked, parried, and sidestepped his quick recovery so I could position the staff behind his back foot and knock him off his feet. He landed hard on his back. I used the end of the staff under his chin to force his attention. Ah, now this I remember. He smiled then, and his fangs extended seconds before launching off the mat and hitting me like a Mack truck.
This audiobook has been edited for YouTube. The spicy version can be found on my website linked in the description. Now back to the plot.
Chapter 34. No One Gets Left Behind. Elliot. Elliot couldn't sleep. She wandered from one quiet room to the next in Nathaniel's estate until she came to the living room just off of the kitchen. The full moon was beginning to dip from its highest point, casting long shadows across the tidy, well-appointed furniture. A dim, eerie light illuminated the space as Elliot stood, hands on her hips, staring out at the churning waves below. The rhythmic crash of the water against the rocks seemed to mirror the turmoil in her mind. "Didn't figure you'd be able to keep your eyes open after our little seaside adventure." Lewis came to stand near one of the chairs. Behind it was a painting of a flower. "We can't just sit here, Lewis. Every minute we stay here, the closer that ship gets to its destination. You need a minute to rest." "I got a couple hours." He frowned. "I'll sleep better when I know my mom isn't in the hands of some evil woman who will blame her for her son's death." "So, Nathaniel filled you in. You two seem to get on well?" "Don't try to distract me, Lewis. We need to go. I need to go." "I know," Lewis said, his gruff voice softening. "We need to find Yvette." "You think Yvette is going to help us? After what we did? I'm sure she and Voss are long gone by now." "Not necessarily." The door from a bedroom swung open, and Nathaniel strode in, his eyes finding Elliot in the room before anything else. "You two making plans without me?" She looked away, afraid he might notice that her body relaxed when just a little at the sight of him, but found her courage to look back. It didn't matter that he was 50 shades of hot. He had money and resources. Resources they needed to save her mother. "You've done more than enough just pulling us out of that storm, but my mom is still out there." "I want to help, Ellie." Hearing her name on his lips made her shiver. The reaction wasn't lost on him, and he smiled at her before turning his attention to Lewis. "She's right. We can't wait. Tony is on board to help. You'll have whatever you need from me to get Sophia home." "It's not enough. The island is crawling with those monsters. We'll need Yvette if we even want to dream of getting close to the compound. I thought you said she was gone. She is. Then we'll have to find another. There is a way I can find her. Elliot stepped away from the window. What do you mean? Lewis didn't say anything, but Nathaniel's face changed. You put a tracking device in her? He met Nathaniel's gaze. Not accessible by lighthouse. I had to be able to locate her again. Nathaniel crossed the room in 2 strides and slammed Lewis into the wall, causing the painting to rattle. You've been on the other side too long. They're gods, not tools for us to use when it's convenient. The intensity in his voice was matched by the fire in his eyes. Nathaniel took the goddess business seriously, more so than she thought. It really wasn't just an excuse for a rich guy to throw his money around. It was like a religion. She touched his arm. You're right. About everything. But she is our only chance. Nathaniel stared at her, his expression softening. I understand the situation, but we can't just forget about the violation of trust here. He looked back at Lewis, his jaw clenched. Where do your loyalties lie, Lewis? Really? She wanted to help? You know damn well that Lighthouse wasn't going to use her blood to help anyone but themselves. Their research is decades ahead of what we know. Sophia thought that we could use Yvette's cooperation to find out what... Yeah, exactly. You two thought that you could use a god. Period. That's not how we operate, Lewis. I thought you understood that. But these monsters are Yvette's problem to deal with. If she wants our help to kill them, then we are at her service. But it's her decision, not ours. He was right. It made Elliot want to throw up. Either way, we need to tell her. All 3 looked to the door where Allie stood, clutching the sides of a zippered sweater. Nathaniel sighed, his shoulders slumping as he seemed to weigh his options. Allie's right, Elliot offered. She needs to know, and we need to apologize. If we survive Voss's wrath, then we might as well ask if she is willing to help. We'll accept whatever she decides. Lewis went to open his mouth but shut it at the look she gave him. We'll find a way to help my mom without Yvette if she declines. Fine, but we need to find a way to make proper amends. Even if she agrees to help, we don't just cast her aside when she's served our purpose. We won't. I promise. Ellie pressed a kiss to Nathaniel's cheek and couldn't help but laugh when he blushed. Lewis relaxed, crossing his arms and fixing his eyes on the horizon. We'll find Yvette, get her help, and save Sophia. And then, we'll make this right. No matter what it takes. As the last rays of sunlight vanished, the room was bathed in darkness, a fitting backdrop for the difficult task at hand. Chapter 35. A night out on the town. I peeled off my clothes, the steam of the shower lingering in the air around me. The fight and the memories that came with it shook me in more ways than one. Sparring with Voss, and what came afterward, was like an echo of my past self. And I couldn't tell if I was excited about that or terrified. Voss stood by the window, absorbing the chaos of the city below as he ran a towel through his wet hair. He didn't say anything one way or the other, but he did seem a bit more settled somehow. Elliot would say there was a reason for that. He'd helped me stand and washed my hair while I rested my face against his chest. I thought that was what had settled him. Even more than the intimacy, I'm sure he missed. From what I gathered, past Yvette was not one to rest and be cuddled. What had happened in her past that was so bad that it made her distant even after 400 years with Voss? Stan said she'd had a guardian before. What happened to him? Maybe fighting would help me unlock more. Voss's dark eyes met mine when I stepped out of the shower, and I saw his question before he even asked it. I'm ready, I said, feeling strength bubble up from within me. My blood sang in anticipation, eager to be unleashed. He studied me for a moment, then smiled slowly. Then let's go hunting. Mercy. There had to be something wrong with me if I got the shivers every time that beautiful melodic voice held the promise of violence. I followed Vas, my heart pounding and my stomach flip-flopping with nerves as we descended into the parking garage beneath our building. God, it was still weird to think about that. I couldn't help but gasp when I saw the cars. All of them were black, and some looked insanely expensive. Sedans, trucks, a delivery van, even something that looked like it used to be an ambulance. "Do you own all of these?" I asked, raising an eyebrow at him. He just gave me that easy smile of his, not answering directly. But I knew him well enough to understand that yes, they were all his. No, ours. Voss led me over to a sleek motorcycle, nothing like the long-haul road trip style ones I'd seen in advertisements. This one looked fast and dangerous. My unease grew even as my veins filled with liquid fire. "I've never ridden one of these," I confessed, eyeing the powerful machine. He chuckled deeply, throwing a leg over the seat. "These last few decades have really perfected things that were just getting started before you went to sleep." Looking back, he held out his hand toward me, and my heart skipped a beat as he pulled me closer to the seat behind him. "You're going to love it. All you have to do is hold on to me and lean the way I lean." I hesitated for a moment, Sophia's motherly, human voice in my head. "Is it dangerous?" Voss bared his teeth in a feral grin. "Very." These were my two worlds. Safe was what I knew from my time in the suburbs with the Eldridge family, but danger and pain burned in my blood. Voss knew that. He didn't shy away. Instead, he seemed very good at stoking that fire into an inferno. Climbing onto the motorcycle behind him, I wrapped my arms around his waist and felt the warmth radiating from his body against mine in the many, many places we touched. As the engine roared to life, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, invigorating me with its strength. I gave Voss a nod, and he accelerated out of the garage and onto the street. The wind howled around us like a fierce beast determined to keep up with our speed. We weaved through traffic effortlessly, zipping between cars and buses with inches to spare. The city was alive with energy, and for a moment, I allowed it to sweep me away, intoxicating me with its freedom. Voss's voice echoed over the sound of the engine, instructing me to open my mind and focus on my surroundings. I did as he said, allowing my mind to drift away from Sophia and the girls, away from Lewis and Lighthouse, and my own anxieties. For a while, there was blissful silence as we sped down the road. But then that cold chill zipped down my spine, and I became aware of something moving through the shadows. There was no mistaking the reverberation of its echo in my blood. Sliding my hands over his stomach and up his chest, I ignored the shiver it elicited and pressed in with my left or right hand, depending on what direction we needed to go. With each turn, Voss opened the throttle until we were going well past the speed limit. Lights and cars streaked past in a blur, the engine matching the power ramping up in my blood. Nothing, not even the echo of flying with Voss, matched the experience. "Left up here," I said, leaning into the curve as if I could physically will the bike faster. Voss didn't question it. He never did. The motorcycle responded to his touch like an extension of his own body, growling beneath us as we cut through the night. I rattled off a few more turns, each one bringing us closer, until the alley narrowed and our target had nowhere else to go. The tires screeched as we came to a stop. I was already moving, heart hammering, blades in hand. The twin chakrams slid across my palms with a familiar sting as I coated their edges in my blood. They hummed, alive in my grip. I hurled them forward. Not perfect. The blades sank into the creature's shoulder and thigh. It shrieked, then collapsed. A breath later, it crumbled into dust at our feet. I stood still, watching the remains swirl around my boots, unable to look away from what little was left of its face. It looked human. Voss nodded slowly. Because it was. My stomach turned. What? The ones that look human used to be. They were made by Lighthouse. With your blood. The world tilted. My blood. The thing inside me, the very thing that made me a weapon, was being used to create monsters? How? I asked, voice barely a whisper. Remember when I told you you'd tried to help before? He didn't finish. Shit. And Sophia, who knows how much she sent out while you were under her care? My mind flashed back to the endless weeks in the hospital, the vials they drew, the way Sophia had always said yes when doctors asked for just one more sample. My hands clenched into fists. We have to stop them. Voss placed a steady hand on my shoulder. His voice was quiet but full of promise. We will, Yvette. I opened my mouth to say something else but froze. There. Something shifted in the air. My senses locked onto it immediately, wrongness at the edge of perception. Another one. Different. Stronger. Older. It's near the docks, I said, scanning the horizon. And it's not like the others. Voss studied me for a long second. Are you ready for this? I thought of the lives twisted by my blood, of the girl I was content to be, the one who just wanted a normal life. No, I said, meeting his gaze. But if I wait around to remember then, I'll never be ready. I'll just have to do it anyway. He smiled, slow and sure. And I'll be right beside you. We climbed back onto the motorcycle, the engine roaring to life beneath us once more. I braced myself against his back as we sped off into the night. Chapter 36. Monsters. My heart raced with adrenaline as the motorcycle roared beneath us, cutting through the damp air of the warehouse district. I could feel the familiar presence of a powerful monster nearby, and a knot of determination settled in my chest. Voss, I said, my words barely audible over the engine's growl. It's here. I can feel it. He glanced back at me, his eyes filled with a mix of concern and resolve. All right, Yvette. Remember, stay alert, and don't hesitate to rely on me. I nodded, my heart pounding with anticipation. This monster was different, stronger, more dangerous. But I couldn't let fear hold me back. I had to face it, not just for myself, but for all the innocent lives this monster would destroy if I didn't do anything about it. As we slowed to a stop, I took a deep breath and steeled myself for the confrontation ahead. The warehouse district was a maze of towering structures and shadowy alleys, the perfect hiding place for a formidable creature. With Voss by my side, I stepped off the motorcycle and ventured into the darkness, ready to face whatever horrors awaited us. This was more than just a hunt. It was a test of my strength and a chance to prove that I could overcome the darkness within me. As we carefully navigated the maze of warehouses and dark alleys, my heightened senses led us straight to the monster. Its grotesque appearance sent shivers down my spine, and it exuded a power that made me understand why it had survived for so long. Voss, there it is, I whispered, pointing to the hulking figure in the shadows. I could feel its malevolent gaze on us, a predator sizing up its prey. He nodded, his muscles tensing as he prepared for battle. Stay close to me, Yvette. This one won't go down easily. As we approached the monster, it let out a guttural growl, baring its sharp, horrible teeth. It was unlike any creature we had faced before, and I knew that this one in particular had been living a long, long time. Just like me, I answered its growl with one of my own and brought the chakrams against my skin. It lunged, and I dodged, trying to tag it with my blades. but it was too fast. Voss threw himself at the monster, arms outstretched to try and slow it down, but the beast's scale-like hide was too strong and tossed him aside like a rag doll. I followed suit, skidding across the ground and sliding between its legs before it could react. It swiped out, claws opening wounds deep into my arm and across my chest. "Yvette!" Voss cried out in concern. My vision blurred from the pain, and for a moment, I wondered if this was where my story would end, before remembering that my story wouldn't end at all. Theirs would. I needed to protect humanity from myself just as much as I did from the monsters. I needed to trust that Voss would stop me from hurting innocent people and focus all my hunger and rage on the monster. Voss seemed to understand, waiting in the shadows for me to finish my task. Swiping up my axe from the ground near my feet, I coated the edges with my blood and felt the power of thousands of years pass through its handle. I let the world fall away. There were no buildings or cars or humans to worry about, just me and the monster I intended to destroy. I launched myself at the beast, disavowing myself of worry and consequence, slamming the blade into its flesh, taking a palmful of my blood, and shoving it into the wound. We both crashed to the ground as the monster's body hardened and failed. The alleyway flickered back into my consciousness. Voss was still waiting, closer now, but keeping his distance, giving me space to feel out what I needed from him. But I didn't want space. I wanted to feed. He was at my side before I even found the words, offering his wrist to satiate my hunger and heal my wounds. I took his wrist, but didn't bite him. Blood wasn't the only thing I wanted. Something in our connection must have been apparent because I could feel the fire of his blood, the same as mine. With my hand on his chest, I pushed him back into the shadows.
This audiobook has been edited for YouTube. The spicy version can be found on my website linked in the description. Now back to the plot.
Chapter 37. Frenemies. I wiped Voss's blood from my mouth and forced myself to calm down before stepping out of the shadows in the alleyway. We saw them before they saw us, Allie and Ellie, standing next to Louis, inspecting the dust that was once the monster I killed. My heart swelled with a mix of relief and trepidation. We'd left so soon after Stan assaulted me. Did they know what had happened? "Yvette!" Ellie called out, her eyes lighting up as she saw me. "You're okay." I took a step forward, my voice smaller than I would have liked. "Ellie. Allie." Allie looked up from the remains of the monster, her expression a mix of relief and concern. "Yvette." There was a lot of emotions attached to that one word. Louis nodded, his eyes darting between me and Voss, seemingly assessing the situation. His heart was racing. I could hear it. I glanced at Voss, who stood protectively by my side, ready for whatever might come our way. Ellie rushed forward, her arms open wide for an embrace. "Yvette! We are so glad to—" Allie's words hit me like a punch to the gut. "Louis put a tracking device in your arm." My heart guttered as I lifted my arm, anger and betrayal flooding my system. "What?" Voss's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward, shielding me with his body while he reached out and gently took my arm, fingers probing my skin and muscles until he felt the foreign object beneath it to confirm what Allie had accused. He growled. Those sharp teeth I'd seen before on the ship were on full display, and I knew that with one order from me, he would turn around and tear Louis apart. Louis knew it too. Even though he couldn't see, he sensed the change in our circumstances and shifted on his feet, avoiding eye contact as he tried to explain. "Yvette, I only did it because we needed to be able to find you." I didn't need an explanation. I looked up at Voss and gave him an order. "Take it out," I demanded, my voice firm despite the whirlwind of emotions raging inside me. Voss nodded, holding my arm steady, his grip gentle yet firm as this thumb grew into a claw and pressed against my skin. I'm sorry, he offered, either for the pain he was about to inflict or the pain of the circumstances. Maybe both. I steeled myself for the pain, giving him a slight nod when he hesitated. Nothing could hurt more than the betrayal I was feeling. I clenched my teeth, stifling a cry as he cut into my arm and extracted the small device from my muscle. The tiny tracking device fell to the ground, and without hesitation, Voss crushed it under his foot, his eyes finding Lewis as he did so while tears brimmed in my eyes. A clear message Lewis seemed to take heed of. It was bad enough Sophia and Lewis had been working for Lighthouse the whole time I'd known them. Now they were tracking me even when I managed to escape. I thought they were my family. I thought they loved me, cared for me. We came to tell you as soon as we found out, Ellie offered. A small concession. Too small. As the anger bubbled within me, I couldn't help but notice something else. A heartbeat, faint but fast, hidden nearby. My senses picked up on it, and I knew I couldn't let it go unnoticed. I can hear your friend's heart, I said, my voice low and controlled. Why is he hiding? Chapter 38. Veta meet Nathaniel. Allie broke the silence first. They were never with Lighthouse, Yvette. Lewis and Mom were double agents. Elliot told me the rest. After you left with Voss, we tried to escape. Mom was forced to stay. They want her to answer for what happened to Stan, she said, her voice trembling. Once we got far enough away from the ship, Lewis called Nathaniel. Who the hell is Nathaniel? Someone you should hear out. Please. His family funds an unnamed organization that supports women like you, Yvette. Now I was just getting angry. Voss told me that I was the only one. You are. The voice came from the man in the shadows as he stepped out into the light. He was handsome and well-built, and he wore relaxed clothing even though Ellie alluded to him having money. Forgive me. It was never my intention to cause a misunderstanding between a god and her guardian. To drive his point home, he knelt and lowered his head, giving me time to look up at Voss and raise my eyebrows. He sighed. He's a Lockton. As if to confirm, Nathaniel lifted his head. You know me? We've met your grandfather. He was a good man. I was sorry to hear about his passing. Nathaniel dipped his head again. Thank you. Care to share with the class? I asked Voss. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. Historically, you have not been fond of Lockton's theory. Well, maybe I've forgotten whatever it was that made me have biased opinions. I'd like to know. They believe in an ancient religion that follows a rather promiscuous goddess, if I remember correctly. Nathaniel coughed. If I may? Voss chuckled. Go ahead. We believe that all things were created by 6 gods: life and death, time and space, and knowledge and wisdom. At the end of their life, they gave their power to a mortal woman who became the goddess of creation. Her descendants have the gifts of the gods. My 4th great-grandmother was one of them. An interesting theory. One I wasn't sure I was comfortable believing. Why, what made the mortal goddess so promiscuous? A woman with the power of all 6 gods requires the blood of more than one guardian, Nathaniel said with caution. Ah, I knew what Voss's blood did for me. It was easy enough to imagine how having more than one caused for a more complicated relationship dynamic. And you think I am like your grandmother? Not exactly. Voss was correct when he said you are the only one. No one else that we know of is immortal. No one else can... He paused and looked over my shoulder to Voss. Do what you can do. And you serve these women? You're comfortable taking orders? Momentarily, his eyes met mine. I do. I am, he replied earnestly, and for a moment I felt a glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, he was the real deal. But I needed more than just words to trust him. I needed to see it for myself. Prove it. Nathaniel slowly knelt, his eyes downcast. I believe in the 6 laws of creation, and I believe the goddess was real. Her descendants will not be controlled, he vowed, his voice full of conviction. Help us or not, the choice is yours. My life will be yours to use as you please. I glanced at Voss, searching for any hint of his opinion on the matter. He merely shrugged, but I could see his tense posture relax just a fraction. Was Nathaniel like Voss? A guardian? In my past life, I had recognized Voss as a potential guardian right away, but how had I done that? I sniffed the air, trying to detect any differences between Nathaniel and Voss, but nothing stood out. The curiosity gnawed at me, and I couldn't help but desperately want to know if Nathaniel was another guardian. I had one already, and I didn't need another. Maybe I was just seeking a reason to trust him. Can I bite you? I asked Nathaniel suddenly, surprising myself with the question. He raised his green eyes to meet mine, looking slightly scared. Yes, he said, his voice trembling just a bit. I got down on my knees with him and took his arm, biting through the flesh of his wrist as gently as possible. It only took a couple of pulls. His blood tasted like takeout. Voss was like eating a 4-course dinner with the promise of romance. All I felt from Nathaniel was a friendly connection, a simple warmth. His heart remained steady, revealing his honesty. He wasn't a guardian, I knew that instinctively, but he had allowed me to feed from him even though it scared him, and he didn't strike me as someone who was easily frightened. All right, I said, my voice firm but cautious. I'll help you go get Sophia. My sisters exchanged relieved smiles. Voss, however, had his own conditions to add, his face a mix of seriousness and humor. No minivans, he stated, raising a finger. No tiny boats, he continued, and no peanut butter sandwiches. Chapter 39. New Money. I held on to Voss as we followed the others down to the docks, his warmth and muscle a reassurance beneath my hands. The vibration from the machine did little to alleviate the tension both of us were feeling, but whatever we had started in that alleyway would have to wait. At the docks, they didn't turn into the place where Lewis had taken them before, but instead drove further down the dark road until the boats they passed all started to look significantly nicer. The charter boats like we'd taken before turned into sailboats and sleek powerboats. When we arrived at the very end of the dock, no small fishing boat waited for us. Lights glittered off of the darkening water from what looked to be a small cruise ship. Long and sleek, it had 4 levels, each with wraparound windows and its own balcony. Now that is a boat, I said when Voss cut the engine. He scoffed. New money. I wasn't sure Nathaniel would consider his family to have new money, but time was relevant, and Voss had been around to manage our assets since, I didn't even know when. Maybe since the dawn of money itself. Why vey? Best not to think about that. I got off the bike. We don't have a yacht floating around somewhere, do we? He leaned back and looked at me with those otherworldly golden eyes. Would you like one? There was no doubt in my mind that if I said yes, I'd have it. If I get the urge to go sunbathing, I'll let you know. He stood and put a hand lightly against my lower back. If a day ever comes where you are that comfortable, I'll get on my knees and thank that promiscuous goddess. Thankfully, Elliot and the others saved me. Can you believe this boat? What power did you say your grandmother had again? I asked Nathaniel. Knowledge. She always knew what horse was going to win a race, and which company was going to be successful. He threw a knowing glance back at Voss. Our shares in V alone would keep us comfortable for generations. As we approached him, a thin man with sandy hair dropped to one knee, bowing his head as if I were royalty, similar to the way Nathaniel reacted. It felt strange, but not entirely unwelcome. I couldn't help the small smile that tugged at the corner of my lips. This is Tony, Nathaniel informed. He's my pilot. This man can drive anything. Cars, boats, planes. Helicopters? Elliot asked. Nathaniel nodded. Without warning, she threw her arms around the man. Do they know each other or something? Allie laughed. We'll tell you all about it. We've had quite the adventure of our own. Tony was still on his knees, and I realized he planned to stay there until I did something about it. You don't have to. Just stand up, please, I said, trying to hide my amusement. He rose, cheeks a touch redder than they had been. I couldn't help but wonder what these people truly knew about me, and what they expected from someone they thought was a god. As we exchanged introductions, I kept my guard up, trying to figure out everyone's intentions. Glancing at Voss, he seemed to be doing the same. Well, should we get going? Chapter 40. Third Act Action Plan. Dinner was waiting for us as we set sail. Salad, steak, roasted vegetables, all cooked to perfection. I wondered if Nathaniel had messaged the staff on board to cook a meal that would win the trust of a well-traveled immortal bodyguard. If he had, I was fairly certain it worked. Voss had an actual smile on his face while he ate. Subtle, but they were all the same. I had a hard time keeping myself from looking his way, while Ellie and Allie told us about their daring escape from Lighthouse, and the few times his leg relaxed to lean against mine sent shocks of electricity straight through to my soul. Sophia was Stan's research assistant. Lewis picked up. They'll need her alive to work with your samples since Stan is out of the picture, but once she's outlived her usefulness, they won't hesitate to punish her for his death. Then we get her out before that. Lewis bowed his head, as much of a thank you as his pride would allow. Nathaniel laid out the rest. The island is a fortress. The sea is their first defense, so we'll need to go lights out and take the Zodiac in. Their second defense is probably the most disturbing. It's our belief that they have been using Yvette's blood to experiment on humans, trying to either clone her or her guardian. The island forest is full of them. Yvette and Voss will do what they do best and take out as many as possible while Lewis, Tony, and I break into the actual facility for Sophia. What do we do? Elliot asked. You'll stay on the yacht to ensure it's ready for a quick getaway. So, nothing. Nathaniel sighed. You're not trained. Sophia will not be happy if anything happens to you. Allie smirked. You sure you just don't want Ellie getting hurt again? The two exchanged quick glances and looked away just as fast. Lewis either didn't notice or purposefully pretended he hadn't seen the exchange. It'll just be a matter of finding Sophia and sneaking her out. Easy. His voice was confident, but I could see the concern in his eyes. We'll stay in radio contact in case anything happens, Nathaniel added. Allie leaned forward. What's the safe word? You know, in case one of us has been compromised? Lewis laughed. You've been reading too many spy novels. No one really. Let's make it something fun, like pineapple. Lewis cracked a smile. Okay, if things go sideways, we'll use pineapple to signal the others. Nathaniel nodded. Excellent choice. Tony stood. We'll be full throttle tonight and tomorrow to get in place, so I'd recommend staying in your cabin. This baby can really move when we need her to. Every cabin is equipped with anti-nausea medicine and comfy clothes. I'm afraid the full crew was only here for prep and dinner, and will not be joining the full voyage for obvious reasons, so they also stocked extra snacks. Yvette, you'll have the captain's quarters on the upper deck. I assume Voss will be staying with you? I relaxed another fraction and rested a hand on Voss's leg. Thank you, and yes. Chapter 41. The Girls Reconcile. The ocean stretched endlessly in every direction, a mirror of the sky above, both too vast to make sense of. I leaned against the side rail, my arms folded across my stomach, trying not to think too hard about the fight earlier or the blood still dried in the grooves of my nails. Footsteps behind me. Light. Familiar. "Hey," Ellie said softly. I turned just enough to catch her and Allie standing a few feet away. Both had wind-tangled hair and nervous eyes. "Hey," I said, offering a tired smile. "You okay?" "Yeah," Allie said quickly, then glanced at Ellie. "Actually, can we talk?" The unease in her voice was enough to send a flicker of panic through me. "Of course. Did something happen?" "No, it's not that," Ellie said, stepping closer. "It's us." I stiffened. Allie ran her hand along the edge of the rail. "We know things are getting weird, and big, and scary. And Mom's been, well, working for Lighthouse has changed the way we all see her," Ellie added. "But we don't want that to change how we see you." My throat tightened. "Ellie." "No, let me say this." She cut in gently. "You're not our sister by blood, but you're ours. Chosen. That's not something we take lightly." Allie nodded, her brows pulled together. "We just wanted you to know, we don't care what Mom did, or who you used to be, or what you might become. You're our sister, Yvette. That hasn't changed." The words landed like a blow I didn't know I'd been bracing for. I looked at them. Really looked. These two bright, messy, fierce girls who had accepted me without hesitation when I had nothing to offer but a name I barely remembered. I swallowed hard, blinking against the sudden sting in my eyes. You have no idea how much I needed to hear that. Ellie reached for my hand, her fingers warm. "You're not losing us. We're still your family. Unless you don't want us to be anymore." "No," I said, maybe a little too fast. I shook my head, voice breaking. "No, I do. I want that more than anything." I took a shaky breath, pressing my other hand to my chest. I can't remember my past. Not really, but I think I haven't had a family like this in a long time. Maybe ever. You make me feel like I belong. Like I matter. That's not something I want to give up." Allie's eyes filled with tears. "Then we won't. Ever." Ellie stepped forward first, arms already open, and I didn't hesitate. I wrapped her in a hug so tight it made my ribs ache. Allie joined a second later, folding around us both, and that's when the tears came. Quiet at first, then sobs we didn't bother hiding. I held them like a lifeline, their warmth anchoring me to something real, something human. "I love you," I whispered. "Both of you. Thank you for choosing me." "Always," Ellie said. "Every time," Allie added. And for the first time since waking up in that tomb, I didn't feel like a relic. I felt like a sister.
This audiobook has been edited for YouTube. The spicy version can be found on my website linked in the description. Now back to the plot.
Chapter 45. Say Goodbye. As Voss and I finished gearing up, I couldn't help but admire our combined arsenal. My chakrams hung on my hips, my axe on my back, and a bandolier of knives crossed my chest. Voss, ever the faithful companion, carried my sword on his back, its worn handle peeking over his shoulder like an old friend. As we made our way to the lower level of the boat, Allie and Ellie greeted us with tight hugs and worried voices. "Be careful, Yvette." I hugged them back, trying to mask my own fears with determination. "Keep safe," I urged them. Staying on the boat didn't guarantee their safety, but it was their best chance. Turning to Lewis, Nathaniel, and Tony, who were preparing a small dinghy for our shore trip, I took a deep breath. "Ready?" The weight of our mission hung heavily in the air, but I knew we had done all we could to prepare. I just prayed we would make it through whatever dangers awaited us on that mysterious island. The moonless night enveloped us as the dinghy raced through the dark waters. With all the lights off on the yacht, it vanished into the darkness almost as soon as we were a few feet away. The wind whipped through my hair and I shivered from the cold sea air. I glanced at Voss, who seemed unfazed by the chill, his focus set on the task ahead. Lewis went over the plan once again as we approached the shoreline. Nathaniel, Tony and I will head to the compound to retrieve Sophia. Yvette and Voss, your task is to eliminate any monsters patrolling the island. He handed me a radio and instructed, I'll check in periodically to ensure everything is going according to plan. If there are any changes, we'll use the safe word, pineapple. I nodded, clutching onto the radio with determination. The weight of our mission rested heavily on my shoulders, and I knew I had to keep everyone safe. Voss and I were responsible for clearing the forest of monsters so that the rest could bring Sophia back unharmed. As our boat drew closer to shore, an uneasy feeling crept over me, but I pushed it aside, reminding myself that turning back was not an option. We had come too far. We had to trust each other and face whatever dangers lay ahead in this dark and mysterious place. Sitting next to Voss on our speedy boat ride across the ocean, my stomach churned as I thought about Louis and Sophia. They had both hurt me deeply, yet at the same time, they had shown me love. It was a confusing mix of emotions that I, as an immortal being, probably learned the lessons of long ago. But maybe such contradictions were what it truly meant to be human, to experience the messy, complicated nature of friendships, of family. I let out a heavy sigh, trying to unravel my tangled feelings. My life had become a blur of conflicting emotions, making me question if I would ever find clarity again. But then I looked over at Voss, who met my gaze with a knowing look. His understanding eyes gave me comfort and reassurance that he knew exactly what I was going through. Offering him a small smile, I hoped to convey my gratitude for his unwavering support. As we sailed through the darkness towards our destination in the forest, Voss placed his hand over mine, hidden in the shadows. The warmth and steadiness of his touch reminded me that I wasn't alone in this journey. Together, we would face whatever challenges lay ahead and bring Sophia safely back home. As our dinghy neared the shore, the engine sputtered and died, leaving us adrift in the tranquil water. The gentle lapping of waves against the rocky shoreline filled the air, a soothing melody amid the looming darkness ahead. The woods rose up before us like a foreboding fortress, their twisted branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. My senses were already tingling with the presence of monsters lurking within, their devious auras sending chills down my spine. Louis, Nathaniel, and Tony gave us a silent nod before disappearing into the shadows of the forest, their figures quickly swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Voss turned to me, his piercing gaze searching my face for any sign of hesitation. "You don't have to do this, Yvette," he said softly. "We can still back out." I shook my head, determination flaring within me. "No. We have work to do. We're going to clear these woods and make sure everyone comes back safely." Voss nodded, and I could see the pride in his eyes. Together, we stepped forward into the dark forest, our weapons at the ready, prepared to face the monstrous threats that awaited us. Whatever lay ahead, we would face it side by side. Chapter 46. Monster Sentinels. Voss and I pressed deeper into the island's forest, our senses sharp as we navigated the dense foliage. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the unmistakable stench of blood and rot curling around us like a suffocating fog. We didn't need to see them to know they were close. The forest had gone deathly still, the birds and insects no longer daring to make a sound. Then, we saw them. The creatures emerged from the shadows, their forms twisted and grotesque, eyes bulging in their misshapen faces, limbs warped in unnatural angles. Skin pulsed like it was alive, writhing with some dark energy I couldn't even begin to understand. A sickening churn twisted in my stomach, but I pushed it down, focusing on the task ahead. Voss's voice cut through the tension. Ready? I gripped my chakrams, the cool metal a solid weight in my hands, a comfort amid the chaos. As ready as I'll ever be, I answered, my voice steadier than I felt, though I couldn't hide the tremor in my breath. The monsters snarled, their guttural growls crawling under my skin, setting my teeth on edge. They moved fast, too fast for their size, crushing leaves and snapping branches underfoot. My heart pounded, and the air tasted thick with the promise of violence. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the sharp forest scent, and charged. The first creature lunged at me with ferocious speed. My chakrams sliced through the air, cutting into its flesh with a satisfying whistle. But as I spun, a sharp pain exploded across my cheek. Warm blood splattered against my face, the coppery tang mingling with the thick air. I froze for a moment, disoriented, and instinctively licked my lips. It hit me. My own blood. I blinked, trying to process the realization as the metallic taste lingered on my tongue. How can they be created with my blood if it's supposed to kill them? My voice faltered, disbelief twisting my gut. Voss didn't hesitate, his eyes scanning the darkened woods, his muscles tensed and ready to strike again. They must be using some kind of additive to counteract the toxins, he said, his tone hard. That's the only explanation. The thought settled like a lead weight in my chest. Monsters that my blood couldn't kill. What did that mean for us? For me? The fear gnawed at the edges of my mind, but I forced myself to focus. Voss caught my eye, his jaw clenched as if he could hear the thoughts racing through my head. His expression darkened, a shadow of worry crossing his features. It's a possibility we need to face, he muttered, the weight of the situation settling between us. But right now, we deal with what's in front of us. Before I could reply, the ground trembled beneath us, and a deeper growl filled the air. A larger, more menacing creature emerged from the shadows, its bulk enough to shake the earth. The stench of it hit me like a punch, rancid and thick. Voss and I exchanged a glance. No words needed. We were on the same page, as always. Without another thought, we moved as one. His claws, my blades, an unspoken rhythm between us, a deadly dance in the thickening gloom. The battle was relentless. Sweat stung my eyes, my muscles screamed with each move, but we were a team, and that kept me going. We took the creature down together with a final, decisive strike. It let out a death rattle, its body crumpling to the ground with a loud crash that echoed through the forest. Panting, I wiped my brow and looked over at Voss. He shot me a weary grin, his chest heaving, the faintest trace of a smile tugging at his lips despite the grimness of our situation. We had won, for now, but the eerie silence of the forest made it clear. This wasn't over. A soft chirp from the radio brought a brief moment of relief. Lewis and the others were on track. But I knew the mission was far from finished. There was so much more to face. We continued on, the forest seeming to close in around us with each step. Leaves crunched beneath our boots, and the occasional rustle in the underbrush kept us on edge. I glanced at Voss, his expression unreadable as always, but there was a subtle shift in his posture, a tension that wasn't just from the fight. "Hey," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "When this is all over, what do you think about seeing some of those places you've always talked about? Maybe we could use a change of scenery, something away from all this." His eyes softened, a spark of something, hope, flickering behind his usual stoic mask. "I like that idea," he said, the warmth in his voice making me feel like there was still a bit of normalcy left in our world. A little break from all this chaos would be nice. And for a brief moment, the weight of the world didn't feel so heavy. Chapter 47. The Big Bad. Sophia. Sophia's heart hammered in her chest as the guards pushed her through the cold, imposing halls of the lighthouse compound. The polished floors, the gleaming fixtures, once symbols of progress and hope, now felt like a gilded cage. Every step she took echoed in the empty corridors, a constant reminder of how far she'd fallen. This place, once a dream in her eyes, now stood as the prison that sought to break her family apart. It wasn't a sanctuary for science. It was a factory of exploitation, built for one thing: to capture and control Yvette, to harvest her blood for whatever monstrous purpose they had in mind. A deep, gnawing guilt twisted inside her. She had led them here. Her research, her naive hope, had drawn her to this place. She'd trusted Aaron, believed in the promise of new breakthroughs, and now she saw it for what it was: a lie. How had she been so blind, so willing to overlook the darkness creeping at the edges of her vision? When they finally ushered her into the lavish meeting room, her gaze fell on Aaron, seated at the head of the long mahogany table. She looked every bit the part: powerful, composed, radiating a kind of cold, unsettling authority. Aaron's eyes met hers, sharp and calculating, as if she was sizing up the very marrow of her bones. "Please," Aaron purred, her voice as smooth as silk, but laced with something darker. "Take a seat. We have much to discuss." Sophia's muscles tensed, but she obeyed, lowering herself into the chair with a quiet sigh. Her mind raced, frantic thoughts tumbling over each other. She couldn't let Aaron see her fear. Not now. Her daughters were here. Everything hinged on convincing Aaron that Yvette wasn't the monster she'd become convinced she was. "Aaron," she began, her voice trembling despite her best effort to hold it steady. "I know Yvette is responsible for Stan's death, but it wasn't murder. It was self-defense. You have to understand, she's not the threat you think she is." Aaron's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes flashing with amusement. "Stan?" She scoffed, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. "He was nothing but a pawn, a means to an end. But Yvette's blood, now that's something special. It doesn't just destroy monsters, it can create them. With her help, we'll make them stronger, more controllable, better." Sophia's stomach twisted at the thought, the chill creeping down her spine. "You can't control them," she said, her voice rising in desperation. "They're too dangerous, too volatile. And Voss, he's not something you can replicate. There's magic, something ancient binding him to Yvette. It's beyond our understanding." Aaron's gaze hardened, her voice dripping with condescension. "You underestimate me, Sophia," she sneered. "Yvette will come for her family. She's different now, isn't she? More human, more vulnerable." Panic flared in Sophia's chest, a cold spike of fear cutting through her veins. "What have you done with my daughters?" she whispered, barely able to keep the terror from her voice. Aaron's smile widened, a twisted, cruel thing. She flicked her wrist, and the heavy doors swung open with a groan. The sound sent a fresh wave of dread through Sophia. And then, they came. Allie and Ellie, dragged into the room by the guards, their faces pale and stricken with fear. Their bodies trembled as they were forced to their knees, eyes wide with terror. Sophia's heart shattered at the sight. All her hopes, all her efforts to protect them, had been shattered by the very hands she'd trusted. She had wanted to shield them from this darkness, but instead, her pursuit of knowledge and power had brought them straight into the lion's den. "Allie, Ellie," she whispered, hot tears spilling down her cheeks as her gaze locked with theirs. "I'm so sorry." Aaron's laughter rang through the room, cold and merciless, bouncing off the walls like a haunting melody. You led them right to me, Sophia. Your precious little quest for understanding has sealed their fate. Her eyes gleamed, alive with dark anticipation. Now we wait for Yvette. Let's see how your kind and compassionate daughter handles losing her family. Sophia's fists clenched so tightly her nails bit into her palms, the weight of her mistakes crushing her from all sides. The realization of what she had done, the lives she had ruined in her blind pursuit of knowledge, hit her like a tidal wave. But she couldn't let it break her. Not now. Not when they needed her the most. She met Aaron's gaze, her voice low but filled with defiance. I will protect them, no matter what it costs me. Chapter 48. Change of Plans. I stood beside Voss, watching the shadows of the trees dance beneath the pale moonlight. The woods surrounding the lighthouse compound were eerily quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves in the cool night breeze. The air was thick with tension, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine needles. I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding as I gripped my weapon tight, the cold metal pressing against my palm. Waiting. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, feeling the soft crunch of twigs and fallen leaves beneath my boots. The stillness of the forest seemed to amplify every small sound, from the gentle whisper of wind through the branches to the steady rhythm of my own breathing. I got the feeling that I didn't do well sitting in one place for very long. Voss seemed to sense my unease. He offered me a reassuring smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes, which reflected the silvery moonlight. We both knew the dangers that lay ahead, and the chances of everything going to plan were slim. I glanced down at the radio in my hand, its smooth surface cool against my skin. I willed it to bring news. Any news. My heart raced, its thunderous beat echoing in my ears, but I forced myself to remain calm. Fear would not serve me now. I needed to be focused and determined if I was to have any hope of rescuing Sophia from the clutches of Aaron and her twisted organization. Even though a small part of me thought it was poetic justice that Sophia lay in the bed she made, I had to hope that it was just another echo of the old me. The silence was suddenly broken by the crackle of static, the harsh sound cutting through the night air like a knife. A voice came through the radio, tinny and distorted. We have a problem. My stomach clenched, and a cold knot of dread formed in my gut. I looked to Voss, his face half hidden in shadow. This wasn't the plan. What happened? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, carried away by the gentle breeze. They got the girls. We need your help. I exchanged a glance with Voss, who appeared skeptical, his brow furrowed in concern. They're compromised, he said quietly, his voice low and gravelly. He didn't use the safe word. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat reverberating through my body. Voss was right. It could be a trap. But did that really change anything? It's absolutely a trap, I agreed, my voice shaking like a leaf in the wind. But that doesn't mean we can leave the girls to whatever fates await them if they do have them. What if they turn my family into these monsters, and I have to kill them later? Voss hesitated, his eyes clouded with uncertainty, reflecting the moonlight like pools of liquid silver. We need a plan, Yvette, he said finally, his voice barely audible over the soft whisper of the wind. We can't just walk in there blind. I do have a plan. I took one of the knives from my belt, its blade glinting in the moonlight. With a swift motion, I cut deep into each of my wrists, feeling the sharp sting of pain followed by the warm trickle of blood. Voss clenched his jaw, the muscles in his face tightening. Yvette. His voice was a mix of concern and resignation. Just don't let me kill them, okay? The metallic scent of my own blood filled the air, mingling with the earthy smells of the forest. He sighed, a sound heavy with worry and understanding. It might be the one thing in the world that scared me the most, but what was the point of becoming a monster if I couldn't use it to help the people I cared about? I clicked the button on the radio, the small device emitting a sharp chirp that seemed to echo through the silent woods. Then, with determination in my voice, I replied, "I'm on my way." Chapter 49. An Attempt to Go Alone. Lewis. Lewis's heart raced in his chest as he stood in the dim hallway of the lighthouse compound. The cold, sterile walls seemed to close in around him, the eerie blue glow from the lights casting long shadows that only made the air feel heavier. Sweat slicked his skin, but the chill of the air conditioning still cut through him like a knife. He couldn't shake the fear gnawing at him, that suffocating weight of uncertainty. They'd tried to escape, tried and failed. Now they were prisoners, their wrists raw from the unforgiving handcuffs, their chances slipping away like sand through their fingers. The metallic click of weapons being chambered echoed in the small, confined space, and for a moment, Lewis couldn't help but wonder if they'd ever make it out. The tension in the room was palpable, every breath a struggle as they prepared for the inevitable confrontation. Then, the door opened. Erin stepped into the room, her presence immediately chilling the air. Her eyes were cold, calculating, dark pools of malice that seemed to pierce right through him. Her hair was pulled tight into a ponytail, the sleek strands framing her sharp features. The tailored suit she wore clung to her like armor, its crisp lines emphasizing the unyielding authority she wielded. "Well, well," she drawled, her lips curling into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "I must say, Lewis, I'm disappointed. I expected more from you." Lewis's jaw clenched, defiance hardening in his chest. He locked eyes with her, every word dripping with bitterness. "Yvette isn't coming. She knows about the double cross." Erin's smile widened, a cold, sickening thing that sent a shiver down his spine. "We'll see about that," she purred, her voice laced with venom, each word a promise of something far worse to come. But before she could say more, Nathaniel moved. It was like watching lightning strike. His arm shot out with terrifying precision, connecting with the guard's jaw in a brutal, sickening crunch. The man crumpled to the floor, his body limp, the sound of his fall echoing through the room like the end of a nightmare. Chaos erupted. Gunshots rang out, sharp cracks that seemed to pierce the very air. Muzzle flashes flared in the dim room, lighting up the darkness in horrifying bursts of light. The room became a battleground, the air thick with fear and the acrid smell of sweat and gunpowder. Tony's body jerked violently as a bullet found its mark, a pained gasp escaping his lips as he collapsed to the ground. Blood spilled across the floor, pooling around him in dark crimson stains that contrasted against the sterile white tiles. His body twisted unnaturally as he hit the ground, and Lewis's stomach churned, the grim reality of their situation sinking deeper into his bones. Nathaniel fought with ferocity, his muscles straining as he grappled with their captors. Sweat mixed with blood on his brow, his face a mask of grim determination. He fought not just for survival, but for the others. For them. But despite his best efforts, the tide was turning against them. More guards flooded in, too many for even Nathaniel to fend off. Then the heavy metal doors slammed open, and there they were, Yvette and Voss. The room seemed to hold its breath as the supernatural presence of the two filled the space. Yvette's eyes blazed with an unnatural fire, her lips curled back to reveal elongated fangs. The very shadows in the room seemed to twist and writhe around her, as if drawn to her power. Beside her, Voss was a vision of terror and strength. His body had transformed, muscles rippling beneath skin that seemed to shift with every movement. His eyes burned with an infernal rage, a fury that promised death to all who dared stand in their way. The guards barely had time to react before Yvette and Voss descended upon them like a storm. The speed, the grace, they moved as if they were a single, unstoppable force. Bones cracked under their blows, each punch, each kick, each strike echoing through the room with a sickening finality. The screams of the guards filled the air, but they were nothing compared to the silence that followed as the last body crumpled to the floor. Louis stood frozen for a moment, his breath caught in his chest, watching the carnage unfold before him. He had known Yvette and Voss were powerful, but seeing them in action, it was humbling, terrifying. A reminder that there were forces far beyond his understanding at play here. When the last guard fell, the room was still. The silence that followed was deafening, the dust settling around them like a shroud. Yvette and Voss stood, their chests heaving, their bodies splattered with the blood of their enemies. For a moment, it felt like the entire world had come to a halt, the air thick with the aftermath of their storm. Then, as the adrenaline began to fade, Louis snapped back to reality. He rushed to Tony's side, his hands trembling as he pressed them against the bleeding wound, trying to keep him conscious. "Hang in there, buddy," he muttered, the words feeling hollow against the crushing weight of everything that had just happened. Nathaniel, now free from the onslaught of guards, moved to join him, his mind already working, calculating their next move. Yvette's voice broke through the tension, urgent and sharp. "We need to get out of here. Now that we've taken out their guards, they'll be coming after us." And just like that, the next phase of their fight began. Chapter 50. Escape. Vass. The airstrip was quiet. Vass scanned the perimeter, eyes sharp under the floodlights as they bathed the tarmac in hard white. The jet, sleek, ready, waited at the edge of the field like a silver blade laid bare. Tony's body was crumpled over Nathaniel's shoulder. He'd been their pilot. Now he was just dead. Louis and Nathaniel hadn't spoken much since. Their grief came in the form of motion, strapping down gear, counting heads, checking weapons. Useless rituals. Plans needed to change. Tony wouldn't be flying them out, which meant Voss would have to. He didn't ask, didn't wait. He crossed the tarmac, boots striking concrete in steady rhythm, and started climbing the steps to the plane without a word. The others fell into line behind him. They were used to someone barking orders. Good. Let them keep pretending they had any control over this. He paused halfway up the stairs, scanning behind him. Yvette stood at the bottom, one hand braced against the railing, her eyes unfocused and skin ash pale. Her weight leaned too heavily into her arm, and her breath came shallow through parted lips. She was near collapse. Voss's grip tightened on the metal. She'd lost too much blood to force the monster out, and had too much adrenaline in her system to hold control much longer. The only bodies left for her were the ones she'd made him promise to not let her eat. He knew the signs. Her limbs would start failing next. Vision would blur. Eventually, the part of her that made her other would lash out to protect the fragile shell she'd wrapped it in. And he couldn't be the one to stop it. Not while he was flying the damn plane. Sharing blood made it hard to hide some things, and he knew losing control and killing innocent humans was one thing that terrified her above all others. She'd never say so out loud, never let the vulnerability be voiced to solidify into something real, but he could feel it in the hesitation and distance she normal kept from other people. But not this time. This time, she'd allowed herself to care. She was allowing others to care for her. If she killed them, she'd never forgive him or herself. He reached the top step and ducked into the cabin. The lights buzzed low, the cockpit just ahead, open and waiting. He slid into the pilot's chair with a familiarity. A voice behind him. "Nathaniel. You can fly?" Voss didn't look back. You think the only thing I know how to fly is myself? He began flipping switches, the engine systems humming to life. Outside, Lewis was handing out orders like they were candy. Everyone was moving, strapping into seats and murmuring their heartfelt reunions. They were strangers to him. He would happily tap a few of them like maple trees to feed her after the poor decisions they'd made that made her existence harder than it needed to be. But that wasn't what she would want. He turned to Nathaniel, his voice low, but carrying the weight of command. She needs to feed. After everything she's done for you, for all of you, she's in no condition to wait. I have no issue letting her drain you dry, but for some reason, she likes you. So, if you want to stay alive, I suggest you take turns. Nathaniel swallowed, understanding the gravity of Voss's warning. It made him sick to trust someone else with her care, but he couldn't do both. Couldn't fly them off of that godforsaken island and keep her tethered to herself at the same time. The engines kicked on, the vibrations rising through his spine like a second heartbeat. He adjusted the throttle, eyes flicking over the gauges. Everything red-green. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of her one last time. Her eyes were ringed red, and her fangs visible as she took deep, calming breaths. Her control was fading. There was one last thing he could do to help her. Sorry, Veta. He punched the throttle, spinning up the engines, skipping the slow taxi to knock her off balance. The new Veta would appreciate a few extra bruises to delay the monster. The old Veta would too, but she'd take her sweet time punishing him for it later. Maybe there was a chance she still would. The plane lifted off the ground, wheels leaving the runway with a smooth exhale. Voss kept his eyes forward, hands steady on the controls, the sky stretching wide and black ahead. He didn't look back again. He didn't have to. The plane would land with Veta either way. Chapter 51. Family Dinner. The hunger ripped through me like a wild beast, clawing at my insides, demanding to be fed. My senses twisted, warping the world around me into a blur of shapes and shadows. Faces became mere smudges, indistinguishable from one another, the very air around me thick with an overwhelming crimson haze. The rhythmic pulse of 6 heartbeats drowned out everything else, calling to me like the irresistible song of a siren, each beat an invitation I could no longer deny. I felt myself slipping, the primal instincts overtaking everything else. I was losing control, the hunger consuming me, a ravenous force with no end. I knew I couldn't resist much longer. I stumbled forward, my legs shaky beneath me, pulled toward the sweet sound of life, when suddenly the plane's engines roared to life with a bone-rattling growl. The jarring motion sent me hurtling, the world spinning violently as I crashed against the cold, unyielding metal floor. The heartbeats receded, the temptation slipping away as I scrambled to regain my balance, my limbs weak and uncooperative. Without warning, my back slammed into something solid, a shock of searing pain shooting through my spine like lightning. The impact snapped my vision into fleeting clarity, enough to see Nathaniel's face, tightly drawn, his expression a blend of concern and determination. He was speaking in urgent tones to the others, gesturing with intensity, but I couldn't catch the words. As the plane leveled out, the violent lurching subsided, and the cabin settled into a relative calm. One by one, the others unbuckled their seatbelts, gathering around me in a protective circle. Their faces swam before me, sympathy, worry, fear. Each emotion a brushstroke on a canvas of unspoken understanding. My hunger still gnawed at me, a low, constant ache in the back of my mind, demanding to be silenced. I hesitated, reluctant to burden them with my monstrous needs. But then Nathaniel moved forward, his hand warm and steady on my trembling shoulder. "It's okay, Yvette," he said softly, his voice calm yet unwavering. "We want to help you. We understand. Just take a little from each of us. It'll be enough to get you through until you're with Voss. His words, laced with such quiet assurance, gave me the courage I needed to accept their offer. One by one, they extended their arms toward me, their wrists bared in trust. Their willingness to sacrifice, to share their strength and blood, wasn't just a gesture of survival. It was an act of love, and I could feel it. I fed from them in slow, deliberate sips, savoring the taste of each drop, feeling the hunger inside me gradually recede like the tide pulling away from the shore. With each taste, the deafening drumbeat of life softened, the hunger waning until it became a distant echo, fading into nothing. They were giving me more than blood. They were giving me their strength, their compassion, and in that moment, I knew I would cherish this bond for the rest of my immortal days. When the plane finally touched down, the sensation of solid ground beneath my feet was a welcome relief. My body felt steadier, the dizzying hunger now a distant memory, and my mind cleared as though a fog had lifted. Nathaniel stood by, ready to assist, his expression warm with genuine concern. I looked at my makeshift family, this strange, beautiful group of souls who had accepted me without hesitation. Gratitude swelled in my chest, a fierce love for these brave, selfless people who had given me more than they realized. "Thank you," I said, my voice strong again, no longer trembling. "But what I need now is to find out who I am on my own." I glanced back at Voss, a smile tugging at my lips. "Well, not entirely on my own." Sophia smiled softly, her eyes filled with a bittersweet affection. "Thank you, Yvette, for everything." Allie squeezed my hand, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Come visit? Not to save us or anything, just to hang out?" I chuckled, nodding. "Absolutely." Elliot wrapped her arms around me, pulling me into a tight hug. She whispered in my ear, her voice teasing but full of affection. "Take your time with your immortal lover before you worry about us." I couldn't help the laughter that bubbled up from deep inside, a blush creeping across my face. "I love you all. I'll see you again. I promise." And with that, I turned back to Voss, who unfurled his wings in an exaggerated, almost theatrical fashion, flashing me a soft, knowing smile before lifting me into his arms. With a gentle thrust, he launched us into the warm light of the rising sun, the world below shrinking as we soared upward, leaving behind the past and embracing the uncertain future ahead.
Thanks so much for listening to this audiobook. If you enjoyed it, hit like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you don't miss the next one. Every bit of support helps keep these stories going and helps take care of my family too. I'll see you in the next adventure.